Across Jordan's silent deserts and wind-cut mountains stand megastructures carved, stacked and engineered with a precision that seems to defy the very landscapes that hold them. Rising in places where water is scarce, tools were limited, and no ancient civilization should have had the means or the reason to build at such scale. Their foundations contradict the timelines we're taught, their techniques outpace the cultures we credit, and their purposes blur as excavation uncovers evidence that fits some narratives while quietly unraveling others. Why do these structures appear more advanced than the societies surrounding them? Why were they built in locations no thriving population should have sustained? And what were their builders responding to? Trade, ritual, survival, or something we still haven't recognized? The deeper we look, the more the ground shifts. So what exactly are these places hiding? And why do their mysteries only deepen the closer we get? Petra. In the deep sandstone valleys, where shifting light moves like a slow tide across rose-red walls, Petra emerges gradually from the silence, its facades pressed into cliffs that seem older than the memory of a settlement itself. And yet, the city's presence feels neither abrupt nor imposed, as though its architects had read the grain of the mountains and answered it with measured cuts that transformed raw geology into inhabited stone. Over time, this merging of craft and landscape has invited a steady curiosity about how a nomadic people could refine a capital of such scale, where processional paths, hydraulic tunnels, and monumental chambers appear to anticipate both ceremony and commerce, without ever revealing which came first. And the soft erosion along the six-winding corridor hints at countless centuries in which water shaped the canyon long before tools arrived to harness it. The Nabateans, whose caravans once threaded the desert routes with incense and spices, are credited with orchestrating Petra's rise. Yet the city rarely conforms neatly to the expectations left by their scattered inscriptions and modest surviving settlements, especially when its most iconic structure, the treasury, stands with a precision that suggests long experimentation with Hellenistic forms blended into local sandstone traditions, while the interior rooms behind its ornate facade remain unexpectedly small, raising questions about their intended function and the possibility that symbolic presence mattered more than spatial utility. Further in, the street of facades stretches beneath high cliff tombs, carved in rhythm with the shifting terrain, and their weathered surfaces record the passage of winds that have softened once crisp lines into muted impressions, leaving researchers to infer their original proportions from eroded remnants that do not always align with stylistic parallels elsewhere in the Near East. Near the centre, the massive theatre, cut directly into rock rather than assembled from blocks, creates a contrast between architectural ambition and the fragility of sandstone, suggesting a community willing to negotiate material limits rather than impose forms borrowed from other cultures. And yet, its seating curves display a geometry consistent with Greco-Roman public spaces, a reminder that Petra's builders were attentive observers of regional design without wholly replicating it. The city's hydraulic system deepens the puzzle, for behind the serenity of carved facades lies an intricate network of channels, cisterns, and dams that redirected seasonal floods, revealing an expertise in water management that surpasses what might be expected from a society long assumed to have been loosely urbanized. And fragments of plaster-lined conduits hint at continuous refinements across generations, even though the written record preserves little about the engineers responsible for these interventions. Climbing toward the high place of sacrifice, the landscape opens into broad plateaus, where carved altars and stairways sit exposed to sun and wind, their edges softened yet still legible enough to suggest ceremonial functions whose exact choreography remains unknown. and the site's placement above the city offers not only strategic vantage, but an architectural gesture toward the surrounding mountains, perhaps reflecting beliefs that lingered from earlier periods when sanctuary and landscape were inseparable. Deeper in the western reaches, the monastery rises with massive pilasters and a facade stripped of finer ornament, its scale dwarfing the visitor, while its interior chamber remains stark and almost undecorated, provoking speculation about whether its emptiness served ritual, assembly, or symbolic display, and whether its construction responded to a phase of shifting priorities during Petra's later centuries under changing political influences. Archaeological excavations across residential quarters reveal multi-story dwellings with courtyards and staircases, but the distribution of these structures is uneven, and layers of collapsed roofs complicate efforts to map how the population adapted as trade patterns shifted, especially after Roman annexation, when administrative reforms altered regional routes. Shards of pottery from diverse origins, Arabian, Egyptian, Mediterranean, attest to a cosmopolitan character that does not readily match the enduring imagery of a hidden desert city, while carbon-dated charcoal from domestic hearths suggests long-term occupation that fluctuated rather than simply rising and declining in a single arc, challenging earlier assumptions about dramatic abandonment. Despite the clarity provided by many excavations, contradictions arise in the timelines proposed for certain monuments with some researchers, emphasizing a rapid urban expansion during the first centuries BCE and CE, while others see signs of earlier phases embedded beneath later facades, marked by subtle shifts in carving technique or alignment that imply reworking over time, perhaps reflecting successive adaptations to political or economic transitions. In the quarries above Petra, half-finished capitals and abandoned chisel marks freeze the work of unknown artisans, whose interrupted efforts reveal how facades were drafted directly into living stone, beginning with rough outlines and progressing toward finer detail, though the reasons some pieces were left incomplete remain unclear, whether due to sudden shifts in patronage, structural instability in the rock, or the gradual redirection of labour toward emerging centres elsewhere. As the desert dusk settles across the cliffs, the city's surfaces catch muted reflections that trace the folds of the sandstone, and in that fading light, Petra appears less as a singular creation and more as a layered negotiation between geology, trade, and shifting cultural currents. Its monuments resisting any final explanation and inviting instead the quiet possibility that each generation of builders responded to conditions and intentions only partly recoverable through surviving evidence, leaving a landscape where carved walls preserve both the clarity of purposeful design and the open questions of how a community, shaped by caravans and crossroads, transformed stone into a city whose remaining mysteries are not the product of impossibility, but of centuries of adaptation, erosion, and unanswered intentions embedded within the enduring rose-red cliffs. Gerasa. In the northern hills, where olive groves break into open plains, Gerasa rises gradually from a landscape that once carried only the faint movement of seasonal herders, its colonnaded streets now standing in long, deliberate rows that catch the shifting daylight as though the stones were arranged to measure time as much as space. And here the first impression is not of sudden grandeur, but of a city that grew outward in careful increments, its forums and theatres aligning with terrain that seems to guide rather than resist their placement. The oval plaza, with its sweeping curve of Ionic columns, sets an unexpected rhythm in the otherwise rectilinear grid, prompting questions about whether earlier topography or pre-existing ritual grounds influenced its shape, since no clear inscription explains why this extraordinary geometry was chosen for a civic centre that echoes Roman ideals, yet departs from their typical plans, and as one walks beside the stones, the wear patterns along the bases suggest centuries of foot traffic whose scale exceeds what some scholars expected for a provincial settlement. Beyond it, The Cardo stretches northward in measured precision, its basalt-paved surface marked by ruts, likely carved by carts that once carried goods between workshops and markets, and the regular intervals of column spacing hint at a technical familiarity with Roman surveying. Though subtle shifts in alignment toward the northern gate betray adjustments made to accommodate uneven ground or earlier structures now buried beneath later layers. The south theatre, carved partly into the slope, reveals acoustic design that speaks to experienced builders. Yet, its proximity to civic temples raises questions about overlapping functions, with archaeological trenches exposing reused stones in certain retaining walls that might indicate earlier phases of construction, predating the well-known Roman expansion after the 1st century CE. A reminder that Jerash, or ancient Gerasa, did not emerge fully formed, but layered itself across shifting political and economic conditions. The Temple of Artemis dominates the central rise with its towering Corinthian columns, each drum fitted with impressive precision, though excavations have uncovered evidence of earlier cultic activity beneath the sanctuary's platform, suggesting that the Romans amplified a pre-existing sacred zone rather than imposing an entirely new one. And the carved niches along the retaining walls show varying degrees of craftsmanship, as if multiple workshops contributed over extended periods, leaving slight inconsistencies that now serve as clues to construction sequences otherwise lost. Scattered throughout the city's residential quarters, mosaic floors display hunting scenes, geometric patterns, and vegetal motifs, many of them still vibrant despite centuries of burial. Yet their distribution is uneven, with concentrations in certain neighbourhoods hinting at pockets of affluence that do not align neatly with the city's monumental core, prompting ongoing debates about how wealth and status fluctuated as trade routes shifted and local industries rose or faded. The water system beneath Jerash, pieced together through channels, reservoirs and clay pipes, reveals a sophisticated approach to managing seasonal flow from nearby springs, and sediment analysis from cistern linings shows periods of repair and modification that extend the city's functional lifespan far beyond its commonly assumed decline, even after the 749 CE earthquake that damaged key structures and is often cited as the catalyst for its gradual contraction. Inscriptions found across scattered lintels and freestanding markers provide glimpses into civic administration, including benefaction records and dedications to emperors. Yet, these inscriptions also introduce contradictions when compared to archaeological layers. For some volumes of urban renewal suggested by written sources do not always match the stratigraphic evidence, while certain monumental projects appear to have begun modestly before being expanded over generations, their final forms only loosely corresponding to the intentions of their earliest patrons. The Nymphaeum, with its ornate facade and semicircular basin, presents another puzzle, as its decorative program shows influences from multiple periods, including fragments of marble cladding that imply later embellishments long after the initial construction, raising the possibility that the city adapted visually to shifting tastes without fully replacing earlier structures. And the partial survival of its drainage system leaves open questions about how water was supplied consistently enough to sustain such a feature during drier years. Further north, the North Theatre's limited seating and proximity to administrative buildings suggest a civic function distinct from public entertainment, though no definitive record clarifies its broader role, and excavations nearby have revealed modest domestic structures pressed tightly against monumental walls, their humble remains hinting at a city where grandeur and daily life intermingled without strict zoning. Even the city walls, whose line can still be traced across surrounding ridges, show phases of reinforcement that do not align neatly with recorded threats, suggesting periodic adjustments to reflect shifts in settlement density rather than responses to external pressures. and the placement of certain towers on bedrock anomalies raises questions about whether surveyors adapted their design to geological constraints that remain only partially documented. As dusk settles across the colonnades, and the long shadows emphasize the rhythm of columns stretching into the hills, Jerash does not present itself as a puzzle built beyond comprehension, but rather as a city whose longevity and layered adaptations obscure the clarity of any single narrative, inviting contemplation of how Roman urbanism, local traditions, and centuries of gradual modification converged into a landscape where each surviving structure reflects not only skilled construction, but also the ongoing negotiation between environment, community, and shifting historical currents, leaving an enduring impression that Jerash's greatest mystery lies not in its apparent perfection, but in the quiet complexity of how its stones accumulated meaning across time. Amman Citadel, high on a windswept ridge overlooking the layered sprawl of the modern city, the Amman Citadel rises with a quiet persistence that seems to fold millennia into a single contour of stone and earth. Its elevated plateau shaped first by natural uplift, and then by generations who read its vantage as both strategic refuge and sacred threshold. And arriving here, the eye moves across foundations that do not immediately reveal their order. For the site carries traces of Bronze Age enclosures, Iron Age fortifications, Roman temples, Byzantine churches, and Umayyad courts, all resting unevenly upon one another, as if time compressed its own architecture, leaving each era to negotiate space with those that came before. The Temple of Hercules dominates the southern edge, with its surviving columns lifting pale against the sky, their massive bases suggesting an intention for a sanctuary far larger than what was ultimately completed. An excavation around the precinct uncovers reused stones, irregular alignments, and fragments of sculptural detail that hint at earlier structures incorporated into later plans, raising questions about whether the Roman vision for the temple was ever fully realized or whether shifting priorities left it suspended between ambition and practicality. Nearby, the enigmatic Hand of Hercules, an oversized fragment from a colossal statue, rests incongruously in the dust, its scale prompting speculation about how such a figure would have towered above the plateau, though its incomplete survival leaves open the question of whether the statue fell during an earthquake, was dismantled for building material, or simply eroded beyond recognition during long centuries of exposure. Across the summit, the Umayyad complex introduces a markedly different vocabulary, its audience hall framed by a reconstructed dome and flanked by a sequence of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. And the geometric precision of the stone piers hints at a carefully planned administrative centre, yet the scattered debris of earlier periods incorporated into its walls shows a pragmatic response to available materials rather than a clean architectural break, reinforcing the idea that each new phase at the Citadel grew from the physical remnants of the last. Beneath these visible layers, the archaeology deepens, for trenches reveal Bronze Age ramparts and domestic installations that predate the monumental phases by centuries, their humble outlines forming an undercurrent to the grander narratives of empire, and soil samples from these layers mark shifts in habitation density that do not always align with a historical record, suggesting episodic occupation that may have reflected regional instability, environmental variability, or changing trade routes linking the Levant to highland caravans. The Byzantine church near the summit introduces yet another chapter, its mosaic fragments and architectural footings indicating a basilica with formal symmetry, though later modifications blur its chronology, and the repurposing of earlier Roman columns for its nave suggests both resourcefulness and a continuity of sacred intention that traversed political transformations. At the edges of the plateau, stretches of retaining walls and defensive structures preserve conflicting clues. Some stones bear Iron Age masonry patterns, others show Roman rebuilding techniques, and still others incorporate blocks with Nabatean tool marks, creating a composite fortification that resists assignment to any single period. And geological surveys reveal bedrock irregularities that may have influenced the placement of towers and gates. Yet the relationship between these natural features and historical defensive strategies remains only partially understood. Inscriptions uncovered across the site provide glimpses of administrative activity, religious dedication, and civic identity. But gaps in these records complicate efforts to synchronize textual and material evidence, especially when certain inscriptions reference urban features whose archaeological counterparts remain unidentified, implying either that those structures have not yet been found, or that they once stood beyond the present boundaries of excavation. Pottery assemblages from successive layers show gradual shifts in daily habits, trade connections, and storage practices, but their distribution is uneven, with some loci containing unexpectedly rich assemblages in periods thought to have been sparsely occupied, while other layers appear curiously depleted, raising questions about how occupation intensity varied across the summit, and whether certain activities were concentrated in areas now eroded or lost. Even the citadel's commanding view, often interpreted as the prime reason for its long habitation, introduces its own ambiguities. For the plateau's exposure to wind and limited water sources would have posed challenges, and evidence of extensive cistern systems suggests that inhabitants continually adapted to environmental constraints, though the precise mechanisms by which water was stored and rationed remain debated due to the fragmentary survival of hydraulic features. Seismic activity further complicates interpretation, as archaeological layers show signs of multiple earthquakes, some severe enough to realign walls or topple columns. Yet the timing and impact of these events do not always match known historical quakes, leaving open the possibility of localized damage or undocumented tremors that shaped the citadel's evolution. Walking among these overlapping structures, one senses how each architectural fragment participates in a dialogue across centuries. The Roman capitals resting near Umayyad thresholds, the Bronze Age traces lying beneath Byzantine floors, and the shifting urban horizon of Amman spreading below in concentric rings of later history, all contributing to a landscape where beginnings and endings blur. And as evening gathers over the ridge, soft light glancing off weathered limestone, the citadel seems less a singular monument than a palimpsest of intentions, repeatedly inscribed and partially erased. Its mysteries not rooted in impossibility, but in the layered complexity of a place continually adapted to new powers, new beliefs, and new circumstances, leaving behind a summit where each surviving wall gestures towards stories only partly recoverable, inviting careful attention to the fragments that remain, and to the silences between them that still shape the enduring atmosphere of this ancient hill. Wadi Rum. South of the high plateaus, where wide horizons dissolve into dunes and sandstone massifs rise like stranded islands of petrified time, Wadi Rum unfolds as a landscape whose scale makes human traces seem fleeting. Yet along its cliffs, boulders and hidden alcoves, ancient inscriptions accumulate in quiet clusters that sketch a long record of movement across an otherwise austere expanse. Their lines carved with tools that left delicate grooves now softened by wind. And approaching them, one senses how the desert's vast stillness once carried the footsteps of pastoralists, traders, and seasonal travelers who paused briefly to mark their presence before continuing on paths shaped more by terrain and water than by borders. The Nabatean, Thamudic, and Safavitic scripts that appear across the rock faces are often modest in size, their messages ranging from personal names to prayers and simple declarations, and despite their apparent clarity, they reveal only a fraction of the social world that produced them. for each inscription exists in isolation from its author's larger story, leaving scholars to infer patterns of mobility, settlement, and belief through careful comparison of letter forms, carving depths, and spatial distribution, all while acknowledging how shifting sands may have hidden or erased countless others. Geological formations such as the towering Jebel Ishreen and the naturally sculpted arches frame many of these carvings, and their surfaces record not just the inscriptions but also the deep erosional histories that shaped suitable canvases for writing, suggesting that certain cliffs were favoured not merely for visibility but for the quality of their stone, whose fine-grained surfaces allowed inscriptions to persist despite centuries of abrasive winds. Scattered among these markings are depictions of camels, ibex, and hunting scenes, their outlines varying in style and execution. And although some researchers interpret them as indicators of subsistence practices or seasonal movements, the uneven distribution and overlapping carvings complicate any simple reading, for older images sometimes lie beneath newer ones. And in certain places, the recarving of figures implies that meanings evolved as the desert's role in regional networks shifted. Archaeological surveys across the valley floor reveal traces of campsites and hearths, but these ephemeral remains rarely align neatly with the areas containing the densest inscriptions, prompting speculation that the rock faces served purposes beyond the immediate needs of habitation, perhaps as markers of territorial passages, ritual expressions tied to landscape features, or informal signposts for travellers navigating the open desert without constructed roads. Layers of soot in select rock shelters show intermittent use across centuries, though radiocarbon dates vary widely, suggesting that such shelters were visited sporadically rather than continuously. And their relationship to nearby inscriptions remains ambiguous, for the carvings do not always cluster around these ephemeral living spaces, hinting that the act of inscription might have occurred independently of longer stays. In some sectors, Nabatean texts appear alongside earlier Thamudic carvings, their proximity indicating long-term continuity of travel routes rather than abrupt cultural shifts. Yet the variation in stylistic confidence within the Nabatean inscriptions, from elegant formal hands to hurried uneven letters, suggests that literacy levels and carving purposes differed substantially among those who passed through, complicating efforts to categorize them into clean chronological phases. Environmental studies add another layer of uncertainty, as pollen analysis from ancient sediment pockets reveals cycles of wetter and drier periods, implying that Wadi Rum's capacity to support travellers fluctuated over time. And these changes may have influenced inscription density, though the uneven survival of carved surfaces makes such correlations difficult to confirm. Scholars have attempted to map the inscriptions systematically, yet the sheer expanse of the valley and the shifting visibility of surfaces under changing light mean that new clusters continue to be identified, often in places previously surveyed, revealing how easily human observation can miss subtle marks in a terrain dominated by monumental forms. Even the famous Anfashia and Kazali Canyon panels, where inscriptions and rock art converge with unusual clarity, pose questions of sequencing and intention, as some figures appear crudely re-outlined, perhaps centuries after their first carving, creating palimpsests that obscure the original contexts and leave open the possibility that the meanings of certain images were repeatedly reinterpreted by different groups using the same roots. Attempts to understand the valley's inscriptional landscape as a coherent narrative inevitably encounter contradictions, for stylistic comparisons that suggest cultural interaction may conflict with stratigraphic evidence from nearby sites, and certain inscriptions that appear contemporaneous may in fact belong to periods separated by centuries due to the difficulty of precise dating. As evening light descends across the cliffs and the last shadows gather beneath the rock bridges and towering escarpments, the inscriptions soften into faint textures indistinguishable from natural striations. And in that fading moment, Wadi Rum feels less like a desert bearing hidden messages than a place where countless brief moments of human presence became woven into the geology itself, leaving behind records whose clarity remains forever partial, inviting the sense that the valley's true mystery lies not in undecipherable statements or vanished builders, but in the quiet endurance of markings that persist despite the relentless forces of erosion, preserving a fragmentary echo of people who passed through this vast landscape, and left only the faint lines by which we now attempt to remember them. Ajloun Castle, set within the wooded highlands of northern Jordan, where groves of oak and pistachio soften the approach to a ridge long valued for its commanding view of intersecting valleys. Ajloun Castle rises not from mythic origins, but from a precise moment in the late 12th century when regional powers sought vantage points capable of observing shifting frontiers. Its limestone walls following the contours of bedrock so closely that the structure appears less placed than sculpted from the hill itself. And ascending its outer slopes, one senses the logic behind its position, for the surrounding ridges fall away in broad arcs that reveal both distant horizon lines and the subtle passages through which caravans or armies once moved. The castle's design, attributed to the Ayyubid general Izz al-Din Usama, presents an irregular but deliberate geometry, its towers angled to cover approaches rather than to impose perfect symmetry. An excavation within the courtyard exposes foundations that show phases of expansion, particularly the Mamluk additions that thickened the walls and altered internal corridors, indicating that the castle evolved as defensive needs changed, rather than emerging fully formed from a single architectural plan. The stone itself, quarried nearby, contains small fossil inclusions and subtle colour variation that mark layers of ancient seabed uplift. And masons appear to have worked with the strengths and weaknesses of this material in mind, reinforcing corners with larger blocks and using lighter stone for upper courses, yet later repairs blur original tool marks and make it difficult to distinguish Ayyubid masonry from subsequent restorations, especially after the significant damage caused by earthquakes in the 13th and 20th centuries. The vaulted rooms within, including storerooms and passageways linking the towers, bear soot traces and uneven plaster layers that hint at periods of intense occupation as well as intervals of quieter use, though stratigraphic deposits yield pottery and small metal objects that do not always align neatly with recorded phases of military deployment, suggesting that domestic activities may have coexisted with defensive ones in ways not fully documented by surviving records. The castle's water system, consisting of cisterns carved into bedrock and channels guiding runoff from limited rainfall, reveals a practical adaptation to the site's exposed elevation, though sediment cores from these cisterns show irregular maintenance intervals, leaving open questions about how water storage was managed during prolonged sieges or dry seasons, especially given the absence of a reliable spring within the immediate vicinity. The entryway's elaborate gatehouse, with its bent-axis design intended to slow intruders, reflects a military architectural vocabulary common across the region, yet slight deviations in its dimensions compared to contemporary fortresses suggest local adjustments, possibly influenced by the topography or by the builder's own evolving experience. Crossbow bolts and arrowheads found in certain corridors indicate episodes of conflict, but their contexts do not always correlate with written accounts of specific battles, introducing uncertainties about whether they reflect skirmishes unrecorded in historical chronicles or simply remnants from training exercises or later reoccupation. The castle's strategic role in monitoring the routes between the Jordan Valley and Northern Highlands becomes clearer when standing atop its towers, where the view reveals a web of ridgelines and valleys that would have guided medieval movement. Yet the absence of detailed administrative records leaves many questions about how information gathered from these vantage points was integrated into broader regional strategies, and whether the castle functioned primarily as a deterrent, an observation post, or a logistical node supporting nearby settlements. Interior staircases, some narrow and steep, show signs of recutting, their treads uneven where later occupants modified access routes, and small apertures in the walls, interpreted as arrow slits or ventilation openings, vary in shape enough to suggest experimentation or adaptation rather than strict adherence to standardized forms. The discovery of a small olive press near one of the outer walls complicates assumptions about purely military function, indicating that the castle may have supported limited agricultural processing, perhaps during longer periods of peace or as part of a self-sustaining garrison economy, though its exact operational period remains uncertain due to fragmentary ceramic evidence. Inscriptions within the castle are sparse, and the few that exist often commemorate repairs or expansions rather than original construction, reinforcing the sense that much of the builders' activity went undocumented, their intentions surviving only through architectural clues and the interplay of walls, vaults, and defensive lines that speak through form rather than text. As evening falls and the forested hills fade into muted greens and greys, Ajloun Castle sits quietly above the valleys, its silhouette softened by centuries of weathering. And in that gentle light, the structure does not evoke an enigma of forgotten artistry, but rather a layering of practical responses to strategic need, its mysteries arising from the gaps left by incomplete records, altered masonry, and the long erosion of context, leaving a fortress whose enduring intrigue lies in how its stones preserve both the clarity of medieval engineering and the subtle ambiguities born from repeated adaptation, occupation, and the shifting landscape it was built to watch. Shobak Castle. South of the highland passes where the terrain begins to loosen into desert, Shobak Castle comes into view as a solitary crown on a rounded hill, its form appearing gradually through bands of pale limestone and windswept scrub that hint at how the fortress once commanded a crossroads between caravan movement and pilgrimage routes. And approaching its outer slopes, one senses the deliberateness with which the early 12th century Crusader builders chose this summit, its vantage neither dramatic nor concealed, but positioned to observe the long approaches from the Araba to the east and the rising plateaus to the west, a placement that suggests strategy shaped as much by supply lines as by defence. The castle's earliest core, attributed to Baldwin I, reveals an irregular geometry adapted to the undulating bedrock, and excavated sections of its foundation show how masons negotiated the fractured limestone using stepped courses and filled voids, leaving later generations to puzzle over which stones represent the first fortification phase, and which were added during subsequent Ayyubid and Mamluk repairs that altered not only the skyline, but the internal circulation of the entire complex. Weathered towers line the perimeter, some polygonal and others more rounded, and though their surviving arrow slits and embrasures offer hints of medieval defensive priorities, their varied orientations reflect modifications, responding to changing tactical concerns rather than a single cohesive blueprint, while earthquake fractures, especially those attributed to the 1212 and later tremors, complicate attempts to reconstruct original heights and curtain wall configurations. Inside, the vaults show differing levels of craftsmanship, some finely cut with clear Crusader tooling, others rougher and likely part of Ayyubid restorations. And the layering of plaster across several chambers reveals patches of domestic occupation, perhaps suggesting that periods of garrisoning fluctuated as regional alliances shifted, though excavation of associated pottery layers does not always align neatly with the documentary accounts that describe prolonged sieges and intermittent control. the celebrated well shaft, descending deep into the hill through a spiralling subterranean stairway, introduces one of Shobak's most intriguing features: a hydraulic solution that appears both ambitious and pragmatic. Yet, soil analyses from within the shaft suggest periods of silt accumulation inconsistent with continuous use, leaving open questions about how reliably the garrison could access water during moments of isolation, and whether supplementary cisterns, some of which are only partially mapped, played a more central role than once thought. Across the upper courtyard, collapsed chambers enclosing traces of workshops and storerooms bear evidence of repurposing, with ash deposits and scattered iron fragments hinting at metalworking activity. Though whether this was routine maintenance, siege-related production, or later reoccupation remains uncertain due to the intermingling of layers disturbed by centuries of collapse and erosion. On the southwestern flank, the remains of a small chapel exhibit faint fresco fragments beneath soot-darkened vaults, their iconography too incomplete for confident interpretation. And archaeologists debate whether these decorations belong to the early Crusader phase or represent later repainting, an ambiguity heightened by the absence of securely dated pigments from surviving samples. Ayyubid inscriptions found near the main gate commemorate restoration efforts after the castle's capture by Saladin, but the masonry surrounding the inscription incorporates earlier blocks, some with cross-shaped mason's marks, demonstrating how each phase absorbed the structural vocabulary of the previous era, creating a composite architecture that resists efforts to divide the castle into clearly bounded chronological stages. Beyond the walls, terraced slopes reveal traces of agricultural installations, including shallow channels and low retaining walls that suggest attempts to cultivate or manage runoff around the fortress. Yet, the extent and consistency of such efforts remain unclear, as environmental studies indicate fluctuating rainfall patterns and shifting vegetation that may have alternately supported and challenged these endeavours. The castle's role in regional networks also introduces uncertainties, for textual sources describe both heavy taxation on caravans and extended periods of diminished activity. But archaeological evidence, limited coins, sparse trade goods, and uneven debris distribution offers a more complex picture, implying that Shobak's economic function was not constant, but responded to broader political and geographic shifts that redirected traffic toward or away from its influence. Subterranean corridors, some partially collapsed, trace confusing routes beneath the inner ward, and while these passages have fueled speculation about escape tunnels or hidden storage, systematic mapping shows that many were practical service spaces or structural cavities created during successive building phases, their current opacity resulting from centuries of infill rather than intentional secrecy. The retention of certain Crusader-era architectural elements, such as stubby pilasters and remnants of a great hall whose proportions can be inferred only from a scatter of fallen blocks, contrasts with later Islamic additions that introduced pointed arches and modified entryways, creating visual discontinuities that complicate efforts to envision the castle as it appeared during any single moment in its history. As the sun lowers across the plateau and the castle's walls cast elongated shadows down the hill, Shobak seems less a fortress frozen in medieval narratives than a long-lived structure shaped by cycles of control, repair, and adaptation, its stones carrying both the clarity of intentional engineering and the ambiguities left by incomplete records, erosion, and evolving use. And in the quiet that settles over the hilltop, the castle's enduring mystery arises not from any suggestion of impossible construction, but from the subtle, cumulative traces of centuries in which each generation altered, reinforced, or abandoned spaces whose original purposes have grown faint, leaving a sprawling complex whose resilience lies in the way its fragmented evidence continues to prompt reflection on how a strategic stronghold became a layered monument to shifting histories, each still partially concealed within its weathered walls. el-Jimal. Across the basalt plains of northeastern Jordan, where the land stretches into quiet expanses marked by dark lava flows and the muted outlines of ancient routes, el-Jimal emerges as a settlement whose architecture seems shaped as much by the volcanic landscape as by the societies that once lived among its clustered walls, its black stones absorbing heat by day and releasing it slowly into the evening air, creating an atmosphere in which time feels compressed yet strangely diffuse. And approaching the site, one first notices how the buildings do not dominate the terrain, but rather echo it, their rough-hewn blocks mirroring the fractured texture of the surrounding Hara fields. Unlike cities built with imported materials or carefully dressed limestone, el-Jimal grew from what the desert already offered, its inhabitants splitting basalt boulders into workable forms that retain the irregularities of their parent rock, and the resulting structures, towers, residences, stables, courtyards, and churches, stand in dense concentrations that suggest both practicality and resilience, though excavations reveal that the settlement's growth was far from uniform, with some districts expanding rapidly in late antique centuries, and others showing signs of intermittent use that challenge earlier assumptions of consistent occupation. The remains of multi-story houses, their collapsed floors creating layered mounds of stone, hint at a domestic architecture more intricate than the stark exteriors suggest. And the presence of internal staircases, upper rooms, and screened windows indicates a concern for privacy and climate control. Yet the precise distribution of these features varies unpredictably across the site, raising questions about whether social status, family size, or purely structural considerations govern the layout of individual homes. The so-called barracks and the West Church complex introduce further uncertainties. For while their outlines are generally clear, the associated finds, ceramics, glass fragments, and occasional inscriptions do not always align cleanly with the architectural phases proposed by early surveys, and more recent stratigraphic studies suggest that many structures underwent cycles of reuse, with some originally serving agricultural or storage purposes before being adapted for domestic or communal functions. el-Jimal's distinctive watchtowers, scattered across the settlement in varying states of preservation, add another layer of complexity, for their proximity to residential clusters, rather than solely to perimeter lines, complicates simple defensive interpretations. And archaeological investigation shows that some towers were integrated into homes as structural anchors or vantage points overlooking courtyards, blurring the line between military and domestic use. Water management, crucial in this arid environment, was achieved through a network of cisterns carved into basalt bedrock and fed by carefully guided runoff. Yet sediment deposits within these cisterns show irregular usage patterns suggesting fluctuating population levels or periodic abandonment. And although early scholars proposed that el-Jimal supported a sizable community over several centuries, recent analyses indicate that occupation may have varied dramatically with regional political shifts, trade fluctuations, and environmental changes affecting the nearby wadis. Inscriptions scattered across the site, written in Greek, Safaitic, and later Arabic scripts, provide glimpses of administrative, military, and personal histories. But these fragments raise new questions when compared with material evidence, for some refer to structures or officials for which no clear archaeological counterpart has been identified, while others seem to commemorate renovations or dedications in buildings whose original functions remain uncertain. The 14 churches commonly mapped across the settlement offer a striking density for a community often assumed to have been modest in population, though excavation reveals that not all were active simultaneously, and some may have been private chapels or reused domestic spaces, with mosaic fragments and architectural carvings surviving unevenly, leaving scholars to reconstruct liturgical arrangements from partial clues such as column bases, apsidal outlines, and scattered reliefs. The basalt stables, perhaps among el-Jimal's most evocative structures, retain feeding troughs and narrow entryways that reflect the significance of animal husbandry. Yet the relationship between these facilities and broader economic networks remains only partially understood, especially since the settlement lies near routes linking the Decapolis cities with desert frontiers, and the mix of Roman, Byzantine, and early Islamic material culture suggests shifting roles that may have alternated between frontier outpost, agricultural village, and caravan stop. Seismic history further complicates interpretation, for evidence of collapsed upper floors, crushed door lintels, and shifted wall alignments points to multiple earthquakes, but distinguishing which damage corresponds to which event is challenging. And some buildings appear to have been abandoned after structural failure, while others were reforged into new forms, their reused stones obscuring the chronology of reconstruction. The so-called Praetorium, long identified as an administrative or military building, presents an especially tangled narrative, with its imposing walls hinting at official function, yet its interior showing traces of domestic occupation, and more recent assessments suggest that its label as a formal headquarters may reflect early assumptions rather than definitive evidence, leaving the building's exact role open to reinterpretation. The settlement's overall layout, often described as organic, may reflect not deliberate planning but the gradual accumulation of structures responding to family needs, economic shifts, and the availability of open space. And remote sensing reveals that buried walls extend beyond the visible ruins, implying phases of contraction and expansion not immediately evident on the surface. As the sun descends and shadows lengthen across the dark basalt, the city acquires a muted glow, its broken outlines blending into the volcanic plateau until individual buildings dissolve into a continuous field of stone. And in that quiet moment, el-Jimal feels neither abandoned nor incomplete, but suspended between the clarity of its surviving architecture and the ambiguities of its layered past, its mystery residing not in any suggestion of impossible engineering, but in the way a community shaped by frontier landscapes, shifting powers, and persistent environmental challenges left behind a settlement whose basalt walls preserve both the endurance of ordinary life and the silence of centuries in which so much was built, reused, reimagined, and finally allowed to weather quietly into the desert plain. Qasr, al-Abd. In a quiet valley west of Amman, where cultivated fields taper into low hills and the evening light settles gently across a landscape shaped more by springs and terraces than by dramatic cliffs, Qasr al-Abd rises with an unexpected solidity, its pale limestone blocks forming a rectangular monument whose proportions feel both measured and enigmatic. And approaching it along the shallow basin, one notices first the stillness of its placement, neither perched defensively nor embedded in a larger urban plan, but standing almost alone beside what was once a reflective pool that doubled the mansion's facade in shimmering symmetry. Attributed to the Tobiad family of the early Hellenistic period, the structure appears at once ambitious and incomplete. Its two-story design preserving carved felines, eagles and ornamental friezes that soften the severity of its massive ashlar masonry. Yet the precise purpose of this rare example of Hellenistic palace architecture in Jordan remains elusive, for its scale seems grand for a rural estate, yet modest for a ceremonial complex, and the absence of extensive surrounding buildings raises questions about the social and administrative world that could have supported such a construction. The quality of the stonework suggests experienced craftsmen, perhaps drawing on regional Hellenistic traditions, yet the irregularities in certain block joints and the unfinished surfaces on the upper story hint at a project interrupted or adapted mid-construction, while quarry marks on nearby slopes reveal extraction techniques consistent with contemporaneous sites, though the sequence of transportation and assembly remains open to debate due to the scarcity of direct inscriptions or construction notes. Archaeological surveys of the pool and its surrounding terrace indicate a planned landscape with channels designed to regulate water levels and possibly to accentuate the visual impact of the palace. Yet, sediment analysis shows that the pool underwent cycles of silting and clearance, implying phases of use that may not align neatly with the building's primary occupation, and the absence of clear evidence for elaborate gardens or outbuildings complicates efforts to reconstruct how the estate functioned within its rural setting. Inside, the lower halls, with their thick walls and minimal openings, suggest a cool refuge from summer heat, while the upper story, accessible through broad staircases now partially collapsed, appears to have been lighter and more decorative, though the lack of surviving floors makes it difficult to determine how spaces were divided or furnished. Fragments of stucco and plaster found in limited excavation imply internal ornamentation, yet their distribution is uneven, leaving unclear whether the decoration was extensive or concentrated only in select areas. Nearby, carved animal sculptures, including the well-known lions that once may have served as fountains, introduce further ambiguity, for their stylistic execution blends symbolic motifs common in Hellenistic contexts with local artistic conventions, and their placement on the retaining walls flanking the pool suggests a ceremonial or aesthetic function, though centuries of weathering and displacement make it difficult to determine their original arrangement. Early accounts by travellers in the region described the structure as a fortified barracks or even a small castle, interpretations now largely discounted. Yet these early misreadings reflect the challenge of situating Qasr al-Abd within familiar architectural categories, for it lacks the defensive features of a fortress, the ritual markers of a temple, and the extensive layout of a palace complex, leaving scholars to consider possibilities ranging from a luxurious estate to a monumental family seat, intended to project authority within a localized socio-political landscape. Some clues emerge from the broader archaeological context of Iraq al-Amir, where caves bearing inscriptions associated with the Tabiad lineage suggest a family presence predating the mansion's construction, though the precise relationship between these cave installations, the administrative activities they imply, and the monumental building below remains uncertain due to gaps in the textual record and the fragmentary nature of the surviving inscriptions. Seismic history introduces another layer of complexity, for the region has experienced multiple earthquakes, and evidence of structural displacement, particularly in the upper blocks, could indicate damage early in the building's life, possibly contributing to its incomplete state. Yet, distinguishing between ancient seismic effects and later collapse remains difficult, given the repeated cycles of stone reuse and erosion. The isolated placement of Qasr al-Abd also raises environmental questions, for while the valley's springs would have supported modest agricultural activity, the resources required for such a large construction project suggest a coordinated effort that may reflect brief periods of political autonomy or economic ambition not fully documented in contemporary sources, and the surrounding terraced hillsides, though they show signs of ancient cultivation, do not yet provide enough evidence to clarify the agricultural capacity that might have sustained a large household. Pottery shards across the site range from Hellenistic to Byzantine and early Islamic periods, indicating intermittent reuse long after the main structure fell out of primary function, though these later occupations appear to have been opportunistic rather than transformative, adding layers of ambiguity rather than clarity to the building's chronological narrative. As late afternoon light moves across the facade, the carved animals soften into elongated silhouettes, and the rectangular mass of Qasr al-Abd takes on a reflective stillness that mirrors the lost pool it once overlooked. And in that quiet moment, the structure feels neither abandoned nor unfinished, but suspended between architectural aspiration and historical obscurity. Its enduring mystery, not rooted in any impossibility of construction, but in the selective survival of evidence, the contradictions between monumental ambition and rural context, and the subtle traces of a family and a vision whose fullest story remains partly concealed within weathered walls that continue to invite measured, thoughtful scrutiny. Across Portugal lie ancient structures that shouldn't exist. Fortresses fused to mountaintops, stone circles aligned to shifting skies, tombs built with slabs too massive for the societies that raised them, and caves whose artwork predates every known tradition. Yet none of them tell a complete story, and all of them defy the explanations archaeology has tried to pin down. Their engineering contradicts their eras. Their purposes blur across millennia, and their origins vanish just when the evidence should become clear. So who built these monuments with knowledge they shouldn't have had? Why do their alignments, carvings, and construction secrets repeat across distant landscapes? And what were these ancient people trying to preserve, signal, or remember? Conimbriga Roman ruins. Along the gentle rise above the Mondego River, the Roman ruins of Conimbriga lie in a quiet sprawl of stone and shadow, their exposed streets and mosaicked chambers catching the first light in a way that makes the ancient city appear momentarily whole, as though time had paused rather than eroded its walls. And this serenity sets the stage for a place whose life unfolded at a measured pace on the empire's far western edge, where cultivated gardens, colonnaded houses, and bath complexes once shaped a rhythm of days, now traceable only through foundations. Yet as the soft order of the site reveals itself, small contours in the architecture hint at subtler undercurrents, for beneath the impression of a well-designed Roman town lies a record of difficult adjustments, porticos that were rebuilt, pavements relaid over earlier surfaces, drainage channels redirected in ways that suggest not only maintenance, but shifting pressures whose nature remains partially obscured. And these architectural changes ask quiet questions about how Conimbriga navigated fluctuating political currents, economic tides, and the movement of peoples across Iberia during the empire's more uncertain centuries. And walking deeper into the excavated grid, one encounters the later defensive wall that abruptly narrows the city's footprint, a massive fortification erected in the late 3rd century that encloses only part of the earlier settlement and bisects former homes and workshops, with a precision born not of urban planning but of urgency. Its construction implying a need for protection that contemporary texts do not fully explain, leaving archaeologists to read the material evidence for signs of external threat, internal reorganization, or a strategic retreat toward a defensible core, each possibility offering a plausible but incomplete narrative. These contradictions surface quietly in the archaeological layers. Wealthy residences still ornamented with elaborate mosaics adjacent to quarters showing signs of abandonment, water systems maintained in some areas while others drifted into disuse, and from such uneven patterns arises the sense of a community negotiating pressures that did not end its existence suddenly, but reshaped it in ways recorded only through modifications to stone, mortar, and alignment, suggesting a long process of adaptation rather than collapse. And at the centre of these traces stands the House of the Fountains, its broad courtyard framed by graceful columns, and an intricate hydraulic network that once fed scores of small ornamental jets, a feat of engineering that reflects both luxury and practical knowledge. Yet within its elegant order appear subtle signs of repurposing, where earlier walls were incorporated into later refurbishments, and certain chambers shifted function over time, leaving hints of lives adjusting to circumstances for reasons no inscription captures. The house's decorative programme, geometric tessellations, marine scenes and symbolic motifs, providing glimpses of cultural continuity even as its structural patchwork gestures toward changing expectations and resources. Further beyond, the public bath complexes tell a parallel story. Their hypocaust pillars still stand beneath fragmented floors, the sequence of renovations revealing cycles of investment and retrenchment. Moments when the city could support extensive communal spaces and others when sections were reduced or abandoned, and this alternating pattern echoes a larger uncertainty in the archaeological record, one in which prosperity and contraction appear side by side without a single definitive cause, prompting careful inquiry into whether shifts in trade, administration or local alliances shaped the lived experience of Conimbriga's inhabitants. And underlying these Roman layers is the quieter presence of pre-Roman occupation, Iron Age structures and domestic debris uncovered beneath later pavements, suggesting that the Roman city was not an isolated imposition, but the latest expression of a landscape already threaded with settlement, cultural exchange, and evolving traditions, though the extent to which these earlier communities influenced the later urban plan remains open to interpretation. Constrained by fragmentary material and the difficulty of distinguishing continuity from coincidence in architectural choices. And as the visitor moves through the forum's remains, where column stumps align in faint echoes of past symmetry, the lack of extensive inscriptions becomes increasingly apparent, for Conimbriga, unlike some Roman towns, offers only scattered textual evidence, leaving more of its story to be inferred through patterns of wear on thresholds, the distribution of household goods, and the geometry of reconstructed walls, each fragment. Suggestive but not definitive, each raising questions about civic identity, administrative structure, and the everyday negotiations that shaped life in a provincial town. And it is precisely in this interplay between clarity and absence that the site acquires its quiet intrigue. For while much of its architectural progression can be traced through stratigraphy and comparative study, the motivations behind key transformations, why certain neighbourhoods contracted earlier, why particular buildings were fortified or repurposed, why artistic investment persisted in some phases despite signs of stress, remain matters of interpretation rather than certainty, encouraging a measured curiosity rather than bold conclusions. And in this landscape of partial knowledge, the city's final centuries take shape as neither abrupt nor wholly predictable, but as a sequence of adjustments reflecting broader regional dynamics, where administrative changes, migration flows, and shifting imperial priorities may have influenced Conimbriga in ways the surviving record only hints at, leaving scholars to piece together narratives from suggestive but incomplete evidence. And when the sun lowers against the stratified walls, the ruins adopt a deeper stillness, their outlines merging with the surrounding terrain, and the unanswered aspects of their history linger not as mysteries demanding resolution, but as open invitations to consider how much of the ancient world unfolds in fragments, how meaning resides as much in what is preserved as in what has faded, and how a place like Conimbriga, richly documented in stone, yet sparse in written testimony, can continue to hold a subtle ambiguity, its mosaics and collapsed porticos offering glimpses of intention while allowing the fuller story to remain slightly beyond reach. A reminder that even the most thoroughly excavated sites retain contours shaped as much by what is lost as by what endures. Marvao Castle. High on a serrated ridge overlooking the sweeping plains of the Alentejo, Marvao Castle rises from the granite as though carved by the same forces that shaped the mountain itself. Its walls tracing the crest with a calm precision that belies the centuries of watchfulness stored within their seams. And in the early light, the fortress appears less a discrete structure than an extension of the landscape, a place where geology and architecture converge in quiet equilibrium, setting the tone for a vantage point long valued for its commanding view over valleys that have carried travellers, armies and shifting borders across millennia. Yet within this striking composure lies a delicate undercurrent of uncertainty. For while the medieval fortifications dominate the site today, subtle traces embedded in the bedrock suggest earlier patterns of occupation, scattered ceramics, remnants of terraces, and oddly worked stones that align imperfectly with later construction, implying that the mountain's strategic appeal predates any written record, though the nature of those earlier settlements remains elusive, known only through fragmentary findings whose modest scale resists confident interpretation. And as one follows the narrow approach upward, where the path bends sharply between natural outcrops, the first gate reveals how the builders relied on the mountain's inherent defences, folding their walls around boulders rather than reshaping them, a technique that gives the fortress an organic quality, as if each successive phase of construction adhered to a logic inherited rather than invented. And it is within these architectural accommodations that traces of uncertainty quietly gather. For some alignments echo prehistoric enclosures found elsewhere in the region, while others seem purely medieval in design, producing a layered topography where the boundary between phases is not always clear. Inside the outer walls, the keep stands as the most prominent testament to the castle's later history, its thick masonry and narrow openings reflecting the defensive priorities of medieval frontier life. Yet even here, the foundations occasionally diverge from the uniformity expected of high-period construction, with certain blocks showing weathering patterns and tool marks inconsistent with the documented phases, inviting questions about whether older stones were repurposed or whether earlier structures once occupied the same footprint, their form now dissolved into the reused fabric of the later fortress. And moving across the elevated courtyard, where cisterns plunge deep into the rock to capture the scarce mountain water, the scale of engineering becomes apparent in ways that evoke both confidence and curiosity. For these reservoirs, painstakingly sealed and reinforced, suggest long-term habitation and careful anticipation of siege conditions, though the exact chronology of their earliest use remains debated, with some scholars proposing origins in a proto-fortified settlement, while others attribute them solely to medieval necessity, leaving the cisterns suspended between plausible interpretations. As the visitor climbs the last flight of stone stairs to the parapet, the air thins and widens into an expansive horizon where Portugal seems to unfold in all directions. And from this height, the mountain's role as a natural watchtower becomes unmistakable, a position from which visibility mattered as much as walls, encouraging speculation about whether the site served as an observatory or lookout in more ancient times, not in a ceremonial sense, but in the practical monitoring of seasonal movements or territorial boundaries, though such ideas remain grounded only in topographical logic, rather than firm archaeological proof. And returning to the inner passages, where narrow corridors twist between battlements and the wind threads through arrow slits with a low, constant whisper, one senses the repetitive rhythm of additions and reinforcements that shaped the structure over generations, each layer conforming to strategic priorities while inevitably preserving traces of earlier decisions, producing a composite architecture in which continuity and disruption coexist quietly, without the clear demarcations one might expect from a site with recorded medieval importance. And these small contradictions invite broader inquiry into how Marvao's role shifted through time, from Iron Age refugee to Roman lookout to medieval stronghold, with each transformation leaving only partial evidence, often obscured by later modifications that valued function over preservation. And it is within this gradual overwriting that the most persistent enigma emerges, not a dramatic unknown, but a subtle question about which elements of the present form truly belong to the medieval period, and which are remnants of older configurations absorbed into the surviving outline. And as the afternoon light begins to flatten across the ramparts, the granite warms to a muted glow that softens the fortress's severity, revealing the rough textures and irregular surfaces that betray the mountain's ancient origins. And within this interplay of natural and built forms, a quiet hypothesis takes shape: that Marvao's long history may be less a sequence of discrete occupations than a continuum of strategic use, where each culture recognized the inherent advantage of the summit and adapted it to its needs, leaving only faint, sometimes conflicting traces that resist tidy categorization. And it is this continuity, punctuated but never fully interrupted, that lends the site its understated mystery. For while the medieval castle is thoroughly documented, the deeper past lingers in the ambiguous shadows beneath foundations, in the scattered artifacts found between terraces, in the inexplicable alignment of certain walls that do not perfectly correspond to known plans. And these nuances prompt a measured curiosity rather than speculation, reminding us that even in a fortress whose silhouette is unmistakable, the earlier layers of human presence remain partially obscured by time and adaptation. And when evening descends and the plains below dissolve into a muted sweep of colour, the castle's profile settles back into the ridge, its stones cooling as the wind rises, and the quiet tension between what is known and what is suggested persists in the fading light, leaving Marvao not as an unsolved puzzle, but as a landscape of accumulated intentions, its uncertainties embedded in the very relationship between mountain and wall, and its enduring intrigue residing in how these elements continue to hint at histories that lie just beyond the reach of definitive explanation. Almendres Cromlech. On a low ridge outside Evora, where the landscape folds into a sequence of cork oak groves and open clearings, the Almendres Cromlech gathers in a long oval sweep of granite monoliths, whose softened silhouettes emerge gradually from the morning mist, their varied heights and rounded forms, giving the impression of a gathering frozen in quiet anticipation. And in this subdued atmosphere, the stones appear less as isolated markers than as elements of a carefully composed arrangement shaped across centuries, their weathered surfaces hinting at a prolonged dialogue between human intention and the rhythms of the surrounding terrain. For although the monument is one of the largest megalithic complexes in Iberia, the precise sequence of its construction remains only partially understood, with archaeological evidence suggesting multiple phases beginning in the late 6th or 5th millennium BCE and extending into later prehistoric periods, each phase adding, removing, or repositioning stones in ways that reveal evolving concepts of space, orientation, and communal practice. Yet the motivations behind these changes remain largely inferential, drawn from patterns in soil deposits, tool marks, and alignments rather than explicit cultural testimony. And as one walks among the stones, whose lichen-coated surfaces display faint carvings, circles, spirals, and small depressions, only some of which are still distinguishable, the subtleties of the site begin to accumulate. For while certain alignments correspond broadly to solar events such as the solstices, others deviate in ways that resist straightforward astronomical explanation, suggesting that the monument's design incorporated not just celestial orientation, but also social or symbolic considerations that do not survive in material form. And this interplay between measurable and intangible intent lends the Cromlech its quiet complexity. The arrangement of the monoliths into two main enclosures, each with its own orientation and distribution of stone sizes, invites hypotheses about shifting communal needs or differing ritual uses, and stratigraphic evidence supports the notion that the two were not built simultaneously. Yet the absence of permanent structures or extensive artifact deposits makes it difficult to determine how these spaces functioned in daily or seasonal cycles, forcing interpretation to rely on comparative analysis with other megalithic sites while acknowledging the unique regional characteristics that distinguish Almendres from its Atlantic contemporaries. And among the stones, the so-called phallic or elongated monoliths, some set slightly apart from the main ellipse, prompt further inquiry into whether these served as focal markers, processional points, or simply reflected a stylistic preference of a particular construction phase, their placement suggesting intentionality, while their meaning remains beyond confident recovery. Meanwhile, soil studies indicate that parts of the monument were once surrounded by a more open landscape than today, implying that visibility, both within the enclosure and toward the horizon, was likely a significant factor in its design, though the exact interplay between landscape, light, and ritual remains interpretively delicate. As the visitor circles the outer perimeter, where smaller stones form a subtle boundary that may have defined movement or demarcated specific zones of gathering, the monument's long chronological arc becomes more apparent. For the variety in stone shape, size, and placement suggests not a single monumental effort, but a tradition of revisiting and reshaping the site over many generations, each adding a layer of meaning now largely dissolved. And this cumulative process complicates any attempt to impose a unified interpretation on the whole, as earlier structural intentions may have been altered or superseded by later choices. And scattered between the stones, minor depressions and faint traces of former pits indicate episodes of re-erection during prehistoric periods, a fact that underscores the monument's active role within its community rather than a static symbolic presence, suggesting that memory, identity, and landscape were renegotiated over time in ways we can detect archaeologically but cannot fully translate. The solitary outlier stone, positioned at a distance from the main ellipse, introduces another layer of subtle inquiry for its orientation toward the monument, and its potential astronomical significance has been proposed yet remains contested, with debates centering on whether its alignment reflects deliberate calibration or a later repositioning, a question made more difficult by the stone's long exposure to erosion and the limitations of reconstructing prehistoric sightlines. And as midday light sharpens the relief on the monoliths, revealing their irregularities and the marks of prehistoric shaping, the discrepancies between stones become more apparent, some carefully worked, others only roughly modified, and a few seemingly untouched by tools, adding a further complexity to their interpretation. As such, diversity may reflect differing intentions, resource availability, or generational skill, rather than a single coherent plan. And in this interplay of variation and order, the Cromlech's interpretive challenges come into focus, for while its general purpose as a ceremonial or communal gathering place is widely accepted, the specifics, whether tied to seasonal rites, social cohesion, territorial identity, or cosmological symbolism, remain unresolved, constrained by the scarcity of associated material culture and the absence of contemporaneous written records. Yet it is precisely this combination of clarity and absence that shapes the site's quiet intrigue. For the physical arrangement is unmistakably deliberate, carefully oriented, and repeatedly modified, yet its underlying logic resists final explanation, leaving open a spectrum of grounded possibilities that coexist without resolving into certainty. And when evening draws across the ridge, casting long shadows that gather between the stones and soften their outlines into a continuous silhouette, the monument settles back into the landscape with a subdued gravity, its elliptical form echoing the curvature of distant hills. And in this fading light, the unanswered aspects of its history persist, not as gaps inviting speculation, but as reminders of the depth of time and the limits of interpretation. The Almendres Cromlech, standing as a testament to a prehistoric community whose intentions are legible only in outline, leaving its stones to gesture quietly toward meanings now dispersed across millennia, never fully lost, yet never entirely retrieved. Anta Grande do Zambujeiro. South of Évora, where the plains stretch into a muted expanse of wheat fields and scattered cork oak groves, the Anta Grande do Zambujeiro rises from the earth in a series of massive stone uprights that lean together in a quiet, solemn rhythm. their towering forms creating the impression of a corridor frozen in mid-gesture, as though the monument were attempting to hold open a passage into a world now erased by time. And in the early stillness, the dolmen's extraordinary scale becomes immediately apparent. For these orthostats, some among the tallest known in Iberian megalithic architecture, stand far above human height, their weathered surfaces bearing the scars of quarrying, shaping and transport that hint at a collective effort spanning generations. And this first sense of awe gradually gives way to a more measured contemplation of how such an ambitious structure emerged within the Neolithic landscape, where small communities organized themselves around seasonal rhythms and resource networks far removed from the monumental ambition the stones suggest. Yet even as the dolmen's form projects confidence, subtle uncertainties begin to surface. For the chamber, corridor and tumulus have undergone collapse and partial excavation, leaving incomplete evidence for their original arrangement. And while the prevailing interpretation identifies the structure as a collective burial monument used over an extended period, the limited preservation of associated deposits means that its internal chronology remains only partly resolved, with scattered human remains, fragments of polished stone tools and decorative items, hinting at episodic uses rather than a single unified ritual cycle, raising questions about whether the monument's significance evolved over time, or whether successive groups approached it with varying intentions that left only faint traces in the archaeological record. And moving through the cleared trench that exposes the monument's immense footprint, the sheer size of the chamber stones suggests a level of engineering that exceeds what is typically inferred for early Neolithic societies in the region, not in a sensational sense, but in the practical challenges posed by quarrying granite blocks, weighing several tons, transporting them across uneven terrain, and erecting them with sufficient stability to support a covering mound. And while experimental archaeology has demonstrated plausible methods using timber, rope, and coordinated labour, the scarcity of clear quarry sites or transport-related artefacts near Zambugero leaves room for cautious inquiry into the logistical choices made by its builders, who must have allocated time and resources to a project whose purpose, while evidently important, remains only indirectly inscribed in its surviving form. The corridor, now partially collapsed, once stretched outward from the chamber in a long, narrowing passage lined with stones that may have framed the experience of entering the space, though the precise length and height of this passage are difficult to reconstruct due to successive disturbances, including early excavation practices that, though valuable for documenting the monument's existence, inadvertently altered aspects of its original configuration, creating interpretive challenges for modern researchers attempting to disentangle prehistoric structure from more recent intervention. And within the chamber itself, the surfaces of certain orthostats bear faint, eroded markings, subtle grooves and shallow depressions that some scholars interpret as remnants of prehistoric engraving, while others caution that natural weathering and excavation damage complicate the picture, leaving the possibility of artistic or symbolic decoration open yet unconfirmed. A small but significant reminder of how much of the dolmen's internal meaning may have been carried on surfaces now too worn to read. And around the monument, the remnants of the earthen tumulus that once enclosed the entire structure have settled into low, irregular mounds, offering hints of a far more enclosed and imposing original appearance. For when covered, the dolmen would have emerged not as exposed orthostats, but as a broad mound dominating the plain, its entrance perhaps marked by stones or posts now lost. And the reconstruction of this external form relies heavily on comparisons with better preserved monuments, rather than direct evidence from Zambugero itself, introducing another layer of carefully managed uncertainty into the interpretation. Soil analysis has revealed episodes of deposition that suggest the mound was modified or maintained over long periods, indicating sustained engagement with the monument, though whether this reflected ritual renewal, structural necessity, or gradual adaptation remains ambiguous, and the limited preservation of associated artifacts provides only hints, fragments of pottery, beads, and stone tools, that gesture towards ceremonial activity without clarifying its nature. Further complicating the interpretation is the monument's placement within a broader megalithic landscape. Nearby cromlechs, menhirs, and smaller dolmens form a regional constellation of sites whose relationships remain incompletely understood, with alignments and proximities suggesting shared traditions or periodic gatherings. Yet the absence of consistent architectural similarities across all sites makes it difficult to determine whether Zambugero served as a central ceremonial landmark, or simply one expression of a widespread cultural pattern, its exceptional size drawing attention but not necessarily signifying unique function. And as one steps back from the towering orthostats, their leaning forms silhouetted against the shifting sky, the monument's internal contradictions become more apparent. The monumental effort required to build it, juxtaposed with the incomplete remains found within, the sophistication of its engineering paired with the scarcity of direct evidence for the rituals it hosted, the clarity of its physical structure offset by the fragmentary nature of its cultural meaning. And these tensions encourage a mode of inquiry that acknowledges both the achievements and the silences of the archaeological record, recognizing that the dolmen's very durability has outlasted much of the context needed to interpret it fully. And when the sun lowers across the plain, elongating the shadows of the vast stones until they merge with the soft contours of the surrounding fields, the monument settles into a quiet that reflects both its endurance and its ambiguity, the Antegrande do Zambugero remaining not as an unsolved riddle, but as a carefully preserved remnant of a community whose intentions linger at the edges of what can be known, its monumental corridor opening not into certainty, but into the expansive space of time where meaning survives in outline, while the fuller story continues to reside just beyond the reach of definitive reconstruction. Escoural Cave, where the gentle undulations of the Alentejo give way to a low limestone rise marked by scrub and scattered holm oak. The entrance to Escoural Cave lies recessed in a quiet hollow, its mouth partly obscured by the natural accumulation of soil and vegetation, a modest opening that belies the depth of time held within. For stepping into its shaded interior leads not into a dramatic cavern, but into a sequence of chambers whose walls preserve some of the earliest known artistic expressions in Portugal, their faint engravings and charcoal traces offering soft, flickering glimpses of human presence tens of millennia old. And in the initial coolness of the cave, the transition from the bright landscape outside to the subdued world within sets a reflective tone that frames the site as less a gallery of images than a layered repository of habitation, ritual, and geological change. And yet, even as the cave's Paleolithic engravings, depictions of horses, aurochs, and abstract lines emerge under controlled light, their clarity tempered by erosion and mineral deposits, the narrative of their creation remains tentative, for the superposition of marks suggests multiple episodes of activity across long periods, their exact sequencing difficult to determine, and the scarcity of associated tools or occupation layers in the decorated chambers leaves open questions about whether these images were part of sustained use, or intermittent visits by small groups adapting to climatic and ecological shifts during the Upper Paleolithic. Deeper into the cave, where the floor dips and constrictions signal a transition into more secluded spaces, archaeological evidence reveals later Neolithic and Chalcolithic activity, burials, fragments of pottery, and scattered lithics, indicating that long after the engravings were created, the cave continued to serve as a place of significance, though the precise nature of this continuity remains uncertain. For the spatial distribution of artifacts suggests selective use rather than permanent occupation, And the absence of clear architectural modifications limits interpretation of these later practices to broad patterns rather than specific rituals. And it is in these overlapping layers of use that the cave's quiet intrigue begins to take shape. For while the Paleolithic art aligns the site with other decorated caves of Western Europe, the subsequent funerary phases introduce a shift in meaning that cannot be easily reconciled with the earlier artistic activity, raising questions about whether later communities recognized the images, incorporated them into their beliefs, or even remained aware of their presence. Given that sedimentation and rockfall may already have partially obscured certain panels by the time Neolithic groups entered the cave, and moving carefully through the narrow corridor where decorated walls give way to plain limestone surfaces, the geological structure reveals its own role in shaping the site's history. For the cave formed through the slow dissolution of carbonate layers, creating chambers that expanded or collapsed over time, altering accessibility and visibility in ways that likely influenced how prehistoric groups navigated the interior. Yet reconstructing these ancient spatial conditions is challenging, as subsequent erosion and human excavation have changed the cave's profile, leaving researchers to infer original forms through stratigraphic evidence and analogues from similar karst environments. And as the visitor approaches one of the more complex panels, where layered engravings create a palimpsest of lines whose overlapping forms complicate attempts to distinguish species or determine sequence, the methodological difficulty becomes clear. Identifying individual episodes of engraving requires close analysis of incision depth, weathering patterns, and microstratigraphy. Yet despite these tools, many figures remain ambiguous, their interpretation reliant on cautious comparison rather than firm attribution. A reminder that the cave's artistic record is both rich and fragmentary, coherent in its broad themes but elusive in its finer details. Elsewhere in the chamber, charcoal stains and small lenses of burnt material point to episodes of fire use, though whether these were connected to illumination for artistic activity or unrelated domestic tasks cannot be conclusively demonstrated, as the spatial distribution does not align neatly with the decorated zones. And this misalignment adds another layer of uncertainty, suggesting that the cave may have served multiple roles over time, its functions shifting in response to changing cultural needs. Outside the decorated areas, the presence of Neolithic burials introduces a further complexity for the skeletal remains, though. Fragmentary show evidence of deliberate placement within alcoves and recesses, yet the scarcity of grave goods limits insight into the symbolic or social dimensions of these practices, and radiocarbon dates indicate that the cave's funerary use spanned several centuries, perhaps reflecting a long-term tradition of returning to the same confined spaces for reasons that remain only partially understood, whether related to ancestry, territorial identity, or the symbolic weight of the subterranean environment itself. And between these archaeological layers lie faint clues, microflakes from stone tool production, bits of ochre, and small fragments of bone, that suggest transient activities whose purposes cannot be precisely reconstructed, but which reflect a cave that was neither exclusively ritual nor consistently domestic, instead functioning as a versatile space shaped by evolving relationships between people and landscape, a versatility that complicates efforts to impose a singular interpretation on its overall history. As afternoon light filters through the entrance and slips along the uneven floor, illuminating dust particles that drift in slow suspension, the cave's subdued atmosphere begins to merge with the quiet ambiguity of its archaeological record. For despite decades of study, the relationship between its Paleolithic art and later funerary use remains unresolved, neither wholly separate nor clearly connected. And this indeterminacy, grounded in the limited material evidence, invites a cautious curiosity about how prehistoric communities perceived the cavern's depth, darkness and shifting acoustics, features that may have held meaning now unreachable without direct testimony. And when the final glow of daylight recedes from the entrance, leaving the inner chambers to the controlled artificial light necessary for preservation, the engravings regain their elusive presence, shapes that emerge only partially, never fully revealed. And in this dimness, the cave's long chronology, its alternating phases of artistry, silence, burial and abandonment, settles into a layered impression that resists firm conclusion, leaving Escoural not as an enigma to be solved, but as a quiet convergence of geology and human expression, its meanings preserved in outline, while the fuller narrative remains just beyond definitive reconstruction, carried forward in the interplay between what the walls disclose and what time has gently withdrawn. Cromlechs of Vale Maria do Meio. South of Évora, where open fields transition into a gently rising spur of land, shaped by centuries of agriculture and the slow drift of seasonal winds, the Cromlechs of Vale Maria do Meio emerge from the surrounding earth as a compact cluster of worn granite monoliths arranged in an elliptical pattern, their modest scale often overshadowed by larger megalithic sites in the region, yet carrying a quiet distinctiveness that becomes evident as one approaches across the uneven ground, for the stone's placement, subtly varied in height, spacing and orientation, reflects a deliberate composition shaped across multiple phases of prehistoric activity. And in the subdued light of early morning, the cromlech's intimate size creates a sense of enclosure, not through imposing height, but through the gentle curvature of its layout, as if the stones were intended to frame a bounded space, whose significance has faded into the broader rhythm of the landscape. Yet beneath this initial simplicity lies a record more complex than the stones first suggest. For excavations indicate that the monument underwent changes over many generations, with certain monoliths repositioned, additional stones added at later stages, and subtle modifications made to the enclosure's outline, though the limited stratigraphic preservation and the scarcity of associated artifacts make it difficult to reconstruct a precise sequence of alterations, leaving researchers to infer phases of construction from soil compaction patterns, socket shapes, and the comparative weathering of individual stones. And as one steps among the monoliths, whose surfaces bear faint traces of prehistoric shaping, gentle rounding at the tops, flattened faces on one side, and occasional shallow depressions that may represent early symbolic markings, the variations between stones begin to accumulate into a quiet pattern of difference, suggesting that each belonged to a particular episode of placement rather than a single monumental undertaking. And this incremental development aligns with broader trends in the Alentejo's megalithic tradition, where enclosures evolved gradually as communities revisited them over time, adjusting spatial arrangements in response to shifting cultural practices or generational memory. The cromlech's orientation, broadly aligned with solar cycles, yet not strictly calibrated, invites cautious interpretation, for while certain monoliths appear positioned to engage with the rising sun at key points in the year, others deviate from such alignment, implying that astronomical considerations may have influenced but did not dictate the layout. And the small number of stones limits attempts to draw firm conclusions about celestial intention, emphasizing instead the possibility that the monument's meaning integrated practical, social, and symbolic elements, now only partially inferable from the surviving material. And around the cromlech, the low earthwork that once supported the stones has softened into a faint rise barely distinguishable from the surrounding field, though soil analysis reveals that the area within and immediately around the circle contains traces of compacted surfaces and light-burning episodes, evidence of repeated human presence that may indicate gatherings or ritual observances. Yet the absence of clear structural remains or abundant artifacts means that such interpretations remain tentative, based more on subtle patterns than on definitive archaeological signatures. One of the most intriguing features of the site is the presence of a single outlier stone set at a short distance from the main ellipse. Its placement difficult to date due to erosion and the disturbed nature of its socket, but its relationship to the Cromlech suggests it once served as a marker or focal point within a broader ceremonial landscape, perhaps related to movement through the site or to the framing of a particular horizon line. Though without corroborating evidence, the stone's function remains open to cautious speculation. And the Cromlech's proximity to other megalithic sites, including the larger Almendres complex, further complicates its interpretation. For while spatial clustering implies shared cultural traditions, the smaller scale and distinct layout of Vale Maria do Mayo hint at localized practices or community-level variations within the broader megalithic network, raising questions about whether the Cromlech served a more intimate social group or fulfilled a specialized role that does not survive in explicit material form. And moving beyond the stones, the surrounding terrain reveals faint indicators of prehistoric activity: dispersed lithic scatters, fragments of pottery, and traces of earlier land use, suggesting that the monument did not stand in isolation but formed part of a wider landscape of occupation, though the chronological relationship between these elements remains ambiguous due to erosion, later agricultural disturbance, and the inherent difficulty of linking scattered material to specific ceremonial structures. As the visitor circles the enclosure, noting how certain stones lean slightly while others remain firmly anchored, the monument's imperfect symmetry becomes one of its defining characteristics. A reminder that prehistoric builders worked with the constraints and possibilities of available stone rather than striving for uniformity. And this variability, far from diminishing the site's significance, underscores its connection to the lived experience of the communities who shaped it, adapting their practices to the terrain and material in ways that resist neat classification. And in the afternoon, as the warm light draws out the subtle texture of lichen and the rounded contours of each monolith, the Cromlech's understated complexity becomes more apparent. The interplay of deliberate placement and natural weathering, of planned geometry and incremental addition, of communal intention and the quiet erosion of meaning across millennia, forming a landscape where clarity and uncertainty coexist without contradiction, each reinforcing the other. And when dusk finally gathers over the ridge and the stones sink into the softening shadows, the Cromlechs of Vale Maria do Mayo settle back into the terrain with the same quiet modesty that has characterized their presence for thousands of years, offering a glimpse into prehistoric practices that remain largely outlined rather than fully understood, their elliptical form holding a subtle but persistent intrigue, grounded in the careful arrangement of stone, yet open-ended in its deeper significance, a place where the contours of ancient intention linger at the threshold of interpretation, never fully illuminated, but never entirely lost. Serra da Aboboreira dolmens. Across the rolling highlands of northern Portugal, where heather and coarse grass sway in broad patches beneath slow-moving clouds, the Serra da Aboboreira dolmens rise from the slopes in a series of weathered silhouettes that appear at first as scattered stones, before resolving on closer approach into deliberate structures shaped by communities whose presence here spans the Neolithic and early Bronze Age, their chambers and passageways arranged with a quiet consistency that suggests both shared traditions and subtle regional distinctions. And in the soft light of early morning, the monuments seem to merge with the muted contours of the hills, their lichen-covered orthostats reflecting the same subdued palette as the granite outcrops surrounding them, creating an initial impression of harmony rather than intrusion, as though these dolmens were intended not to dominate the landscape, but to inhabit it with a restrained, enduring presence. Yet as one begins to examine the structures more carefully, their leaning uprights, collapsed capstones, and partially eroded tumuli, the simplicity of their form gives way to a more intricate record of construction, use, and modification, for excavations across the Serra reveal that many of these monuments experienced multiple phases of activity, with chambers reopened, deposits added, and mounds reshaped across centuries. Though the stratigraphic complexity and disturbance from later soil movement make it difficult to reconstruct exact sequences, leaving archaeologists to piece together a timeline from fragments of pottery, polished stone tools, and small personal ornaments whose styles offer broad chronological anchors but rarely precise context. And within this interpretive uncertainty, the dolmen's architectural choices take on additional significance. For their chambers, often built from large granite slabs arranged in polygonal or slightly elongated forms, show careful attention to stability and orientation. Yet no single alignment dominates the region, suggesting that while certain celestial or topographical cues may have influenced placement, they did so within a flexible tradition rather than a rigid scheme, and the reasons behind the choice of specific orientations remain open to multiple grounded hypotheses, whether related to visibility, path networks, symbolic associations, or practical considerations of terrain. Approaching one of the more prominent dolmens, where the capstone now lies fallen but still intact, the traces of the original mound are visible in the low, rounded earthwork that once enclosed the entire chamber, and soil samples indicate that these mounds were not simple accumulations, but intentionally layered deposits, sometimes mixed with stones, sometimes purely earthen, pointing to construction processes that may have carried ceremonial significance now unrecorded, while the scant remains of post holes and peripheral stones hint at external elements, perhaps markers or structural supports, whose full configurations are no longer recoverable. Inside the chambers, where the interior surfaces of orthostats retain a smoother finish than their weathered exteriors, one finds occasional traces of pigment or abrasion, though none sufficiently preserved to determine whether decoration once adorned these stones, and the absence of clear engravings contrasts with other megalithic regions, prompting careful consideration of whether the Serra da Aboboreira communities favoured minimal interior ornamentation, or whether time and environmental factors have simply erased what was once more visible. And the human remains recovered from these monuments, though often fragmentary and scattered, reveal patterns consistent with collective burial, with bones from multiple individuals intermingled in ways suggesting successive deposits rather than a single interment event, raising questions about how these communities conceptualized the role of the dolmen, whether as a place of ancestral gathering, periodic ritual, or long-term ceremonial stewardship. Yet the limited presence of grave goods complicates interpretation, for while beads, blades, and ceramics have been found, their distribution is uneven, implying variations in ritual practice across sites or over time, though the reasons for these differences remain beyond definitive explanation. The placement of the dolmens across the Serra's ridgelines and gentle slopes further invites inquiry. For while many occupy prominent positions with broad views of the surrounding valleys, others lie in more discreet locations where visibility is limited, suggesting that monumentality here was not solely linked to display, but may have been intertwined with social territories, seasonal movement patterns, or ecological boundaries now altered. By millennia of environmental change, and reconstructing these ancient landscapes requires cautious interpretation of pollen records, soil profiles, and comparative settlement data, all of which point to a more diverse mosaic of woodland and open areas than the contemporary terrain, complicating any direct correlation between present scenery and prehistoric intention. And moving between the dolmens, where clusters of monuments appear in loose association without forming a clearly defined necropolis, one senses both continuity and variation. For while the architectural grammar remains consistent, upright slabs, forming a chamber once enclosed by a mound, the subtle differences in size, layout, and orientation suggest community-level decisions rather than a centrally dictated tradition. raising the possibility that each monument reflects localized practices within a broader cultural framework, whose internal diversity is only partially captured by material remains. The excavations have also uncovered traces of activity beyond the dolmens themselves, including lithic scatters, small hearths, and ambiguous depressions that may indicate temporary camps or ceremonial gatherings, though the connection between these features and the dolmens remains interpretively delicate, as the chronological overlap is not always clear, and the functions of these peripheral spaces resist firm categorization, contributing to a picture of a landscape used flexibly rather than according to a rigid structural plan. And as afternoon light softens the contrasts of the stones, bringing out the subtle quartz veins in the granite and the muted greens of lichen, the dolmens settle into a rhythm of presence and partial obscurity, their physical endurance counterbalanced by the fragmentary nature of the evidence they preserve, leaving researchers with a constellation of clues rather than a fully coherent narrative, architectural precision paired with uncertain orientation, collective burial practices lacking uniform ritual markers, and regional traditions expressed through variation rather than strict uniformity. And when the day begins to fade, and a cool wind moves across the highlands, carrying with it the low rustle of grass that gathers around the bases of the monuments, the Serra da Aboboreira dolmens seem to recede into the landscape they have occupied for millennia, their meanings neither hidden nor wholly revealed, offering instead a quiet record of communities who shaped stone into enduring forms while leaving the deeper contours of their beliefs only faintly inscribed. A reminder that even in a landscape rich with archaeological evidence, the fuller story remains dispersed across time, preserved in outline, while the underlying intentions continue to lie just beyond definitive reconstruction. Citania de Briteiros Hill Fort. Along the elevated ridge of the Serra do Salvador, where the hills of northern Portugal gather into a long undulating spine, the Citania de Briteiros Hill Fort spreads across the summit in a quiet lattice of stone foundations that catch the shifting daylight in subdued patterns. Its circular dwellings, paved streets, and terraced platforms evoking a settlement shaped as much by the contours of the mountain as by the evolving needs of the community that once lived here. And in the soft morning air, the site appears not as a ruin abruptly abandoned, but as a place whose long occupation has settled gently into the earth, leaving behind a layout whose clarity coexists with subtler uncertainties that emerge only upon closer consideration. For although the hill fort is strongly associated with the Castro culture of the Iron Age, excavations reveal a palimpsest of modifications, walls rebuilt and realigned, drainage systems reworked, and domestic complexes expanded or subdivided, suggesting that the site's history was defined by gradual adaptation rather than a single coherent plan. And these architectural revisions raise careful questions about the motivations behind them, whether shifting social structures, changing defensive needs, or evolving ceremonial practices prompted these alterations. Each explanation plausible yet difficult to isolate in the material record alone. And walking through the ancient street grid, where carefully laid stone pathways still maintain their slight curvature around the natural rise of the terrain, one encounters the distinctive roundhouses, whose robust walls indicate a level of permanence unusual for many Iron Age settlements, their clustering around shared courtyards implying patterns of kinship or communal organisation that remain only partly understood, while the presence of rectangular structures introduced in later phases hints at outside influences or internal transformations. Though whether these reflect Roman contact, economic change, or evolving local preferences remains a matter of ongoing interpretation. The Pedra Formosa, with its carved threshold and elaborately shaped slabs, stands as one of the site's most intriguing features, a structure whose function, perhaps connected to ritual bathing or purification, has been studied extensively, yet still resists definitive explanation. For while its architectural sophistication suggests ceremonial significance, the absence of comprehensive textual or iconographic evidence leaves its meaning open to multiple, carefully grounded hypotheses, none wholly satisfying in isolation. And beyond this carved monument, the terraced zones of the citadel reveal layers of occupation that oscillate between defensiveness and domesticity. The outer ramparts embracing the settlement with a continuity that implies long-term stability, even as certain sections show abrupt thickening or realignment inconsistent with the rest of the fortification system, changes that may reflect responses to regional tensions or shifts in political alliances, though the archaeological material provides only hints rather than firm conclusions. And scattered among these architectural elements are artifacts whose distribution complicates the narrative further. Pottery styles that vary subtly between household clusters. Metalworking debris found in locations that suggest both specialized craft areas and dispersed domestic production. And small decorative objects whose origins point toward exchange networks extending beyond the immediate region. All of which indicate that the community operated within a complex social and economic landscape, though the precise mechanisms of these interactions remain partly obscured. As the visitor ascends toward the highest platform, where reconstructed walls outline what may have been an area of administrative or elite significance, the contrast between the reconstructed forms and the original stones underscores the interpretive decisions required to visualize the site's past. And it is in these reconstructions, carefully informed yet inevitably provisional, that the quieter ambiguities of the hill fort become most apparent, for even when the spatial relationships between rooms and streets can be measured, the intangible elements of social hierarchy, belief, and daily rhythm remain only cautiously inferred. And while Roman influence is evident in certain artifacts and later structural modifications, the degree of integration or coexistence between local populations and Roman administrators is less clear. For some evidence suggests continuity of occupation into the early Roman period, while other data imply partial abandonment or reorganization. And this tension underscores the uncertainty surrounding how the settlement adapted or failed to adapt to. Shifting political circumstances at the fringes of imperial control. The environmental setting further complicates the picture, for the commanding view over valleys and river routes implies strategic significance. Yet the agricultural land available immediately around the hill is limited, raising questions about how the community balanced defensive advantage with resource management, whether it relied on satellite settlements, seasonal movement, or broader regional networks to support its population, possibilities supported indirectly by archaeological patterns, but lacking definitive corroboration. And as afternoon light glances across the stone outlines, the hill fort's contradictions settle into a kind of steady rhythm. The architectural sophistication paired with features that remain interpretively opaque. The domestic clarity offset by ritual elements whose meanings have faded, the evidence of continuity accompanied by signs of disruption. And these tensions accumulate not into a narrative of mystery for its own sake, but into a portrait of a society whose complexity is only partially recoverable through material remains. And when the day begins to wane, the stones take on a muted glow that deepens their textures, and the settlement's long arc, from its earliest terracing to its gradual transformation under shifting cultural pressures, seems to hover just beyond full reconstruction, leaving Citania de Briteiros as a place where archaeological knowledge and lingering uncertainty meet, not in conflict, but in quiet coexistence, its winding streets and weathered foundations offering glimpses of a community finely attuned to its landscape, while still withholding the fuller story of its internal life. A reminder that even sites of remarkable preservation hold layers of meaning that time has thinned but not entirely erased, inviting continued study while gently resisting final interpretation. High in the Himalayas, entire settlements cling to cliffs and rise above valleys shaped by floods, landslides, and sudden climate shifts, yet we're told they were built only for prayer, defence, or kingship. So why are so many placed far from farmland and trade routes, anchored instead to the most stable rock? Why do their foundations feel older than the histories assigned to them, shaped by survival more than symbolism? And why do flood legends, vanished lakes, and environmental collapse keep surrounding these sites when archaeology can't fully explain their placement? Were these monuments built to honour belief and power, or to stay above something far more dangerous? Takshang Monastery. High above the Paro Valley, where the forest thins into bare rock and the sound of wind replaces the movement of water, Takshang Monastery appears less as a building than as an interruption in the cliff itself, clinging to a vertical wall of granite with a confidence that seems inherited rather than designed. And while its visible form is securely dated to the 17th century under the patronage of the Bhutanese theocracy, the story of the site begins far earlier, embedded in the stone ledges and natural caverns that predate any written record of construction. For the cliff face on which Takshang rests is not a random surface, but a geologically stable band of rock, fractured in predictable patterns and offering narrow terraces that appear to have been deliberately modified long before the arrival of formal architecture, smoothed in places, squared in others, as though selected through generations of observation, rather than a single act of inspiration. The monastery's name, meaning tiger's nest, refers to the legendary arrival of Padmasambhava in the 8th century. Yet even this account quietly implies prior significance, as such legends often attach themselves to locations already recognized as powerful or unusual, and the caves associated with his meditation remain central to the complex, carved not into soft sediment, but into resistant granite. Their entrances are lined with natural fissures that minimize erosion and water intrusion, suggesting a level of practical geological understanding that predates Bhutanese monastic engineering. Archaeological attention has traditionally focused on the monastery as a religious monument, leaving the cliff itself largely unexamined as a constructed landscape. Yet close observation reveals cut steps, partially erased by time, anchor holes filled and reused, and retaining walls that do not conform to the stylistic language of later Bhutanese stonework. Their stones unshaped, tightly fitted, and laid directly against bedrock in a manner more consistent with ancient Himalayan shelter construction than formal temple building. The altitude and exposure of the site complicate its purpose, as it offers no defensive advantage, no agricultural utility, and no access to trade routes, implying that its value lay elsewhere, perhaps in its isolation, its vantage over the valley floor, or its position relative to seasonal weather patterns. For the cliff face is eastward, catching early sunlight while remaining shielded from the worst monsoon rains. An ideal location, not only for meditation but for long-term habitation in a challenging environment. Geological records indicate that the Paro Valley experienced significant climatic fluctuations at the end of the last glacial period, with increased meltwater and unstable slopes. And while there is no direct evidence of catastrophic flooding at this elevation, regional flood legends persist across the eastern Himalaya, often tied to high refuges and sacred heights, raising the possibility that elevated cliff sites like Takshang were valued as places of continuity during periods of environmental disruption, rather than merely as spiritual retreats. This interpretation gains subtle support from the way later builders integrated their structures into the existing rock, rather than imposing new foundations, treating the cliff as an inherited framework whose stability was already proven. And even the monastery's repeated destruction by fire and earthquake did not lead to relocation, as though abandoning the site itself was unthinkable, regardless of the cost. Contradictions emerge when attempting to reconcile the absence of early material remains with the apparent antiquity of the modifications. For organic materials decay rapidly in this climate, and stoneworking at such heights would leave little debris, especially if successive builders reused and refined earlier features, obscuring their origins beneath layers of ritual, repair, and reverence. Historical records emphasize the monastery's religious lineage, while remaining silent on why this particular cliff, among countless others, was chosen, a silence that may reflect a loss of older knowledge, rather than its absence, as oral traditions tend to preserve symbolism while discarding technical reasoning. Speculative interpretations remain cautious, yet it is reasonable to consider that Takshang occupies a site recognized long before Buddhism arrived in Bhutan, perhaps as a shelter, lookout, or seasonal refuge during periods when valley floors were less reliable, and that its later sanctification preserved, rather than replaced, that earlier function, freezing it in cultural memory as sacred rather than practical. The monastery thus becomes not a singular creation, but a palimpsest. It's visible. Walls, the most recent layer in a long conversation between humans and a demanding landscape, one in which survival, observation, and reverence gradually converged, leaving behind a structure that appears miraculous only because its deeper history remains largely unexamined, and as mist rises each morning to conceal the cliff once more, the question lingers not of who built Takshang, but of how many generations recognized the necessity of that narrow ledge before it was ever called a monastery. Lamayuru Monastery. West of the Paro Valley and across a succession of high passes where the Himalaya begins to thin into the cold deserts of Ladakh, Lamayuru Monastery rises from a landscape so eroded and contoured that it appears less built upon the earth than assembled from it, its whitewashed walls emerging from pale clay ridges and knife-edged outcrops that local tradition has long described as the remnants of a vanished lake, a claim once dismissed as symbolic, but now quietly supported by geological surveys identifying ancient lacustrine sediments beneath the surrounding terrain, indicating that this basin indeed held water thousands of years ago before tectonic uplift and gradual drainage reshaped it into its present form. The monastery's documented origins lie in the 11th century, associated with the early spread of Tibetan Buddhism in Ladakh. Yet the site's deeper story seems anchored not in doctrine but in topography. For Lamayuru occupies a natural promontory formed by differential erosion, its core built atop compacted clay and stone that would have remained stable even as water levels receded, suggesting that this location may have first emerged as dry ground while the surrounding basin was still inundated, a circumstance that would have made it an island, or at least a peninsula, during a period of environmental transition. Archaeological layers beneath the monastery reveal earlier foundations composed of rough stone masonry without mortar, their alignment following the contours of the hill, rather than cardinal directions favoured in later religious construction, and these lower structures appear partially buried rather than dismantled, as though successive builders chose to elevate and reinforce what already existed rather than erase it. The caves scattered throughout the eroded cliffs below the monastery further complicate the narrative. Some clearly adapted for meditation in historical times, others so deeply weathered and irregular that their origins are difficult to assign. Yet their distribution suggests intentional use of natural voids that would have offered shelter above fluctuating water or unstable ground. The idea of Lamayuru as a place of refuge, rather than merely retreat, gains subtle traction when considering regional climate records, which point to significant hydrological instability during the early Holocene, including periods of intensified meltwater flow and sudden drainage events as glacial lakes burst and river courses reorganized, processes capable of transforming entire valleys within human timescales. While there is no direct evidence of a singular catastrophic flood at Lamayuru, the persistence of flood narratives across Ladakh and western Tibet often emphasize survival through elevation, isolation, and stone-built refuges, themes that resonate with the physical realities of this site. The monastery's elevated position offers no military advantage and limited visibility over trade routes, yet it commands the basin itself, as though its primary function was to remain above whatever changes might occur below. And this becomes more intriguing when noting that Lamayuru sits near ancient travel corridors that would have been impassable during periods of high water, implying that the site may have been intermittently isolated, reinforcing its role as a place of continuity during environmental uncertainty. Contradictions arise in the apparent absence of early artifacts, but this absence may reflect the nature of early occupation rather than its non-existence, as mobile or refugee-based communities leave fewer durable traces, particularly when later religious institutions absorb and repurpose their spaces, transforming practical shelters into symbolic caves and pragmatic platforms into sanctified courtyards. The monastery's layout itself reveals adaptation rather than imposition, with buildings stepping irregularly along the ridge, following the slope rather than correcting it, a strategy consistent with incremental construction over long periods rather than a single coordinated project. And even the monastery's repeated reconstructions after earthquakes suggest a commitment to the location that outweighs structural convenience. Historical texts attribute Lamayuru's founding to charismatic teachers and spiritual revelation, yet they offer little explanation for why this isolated and geologically complex site was chosen in the first place, a silence that mirrors similar omissions at other high-altitude monasteries, and may indicate that the practical reasoning behind these locations had already faded from memory by the time religious narratives were formalized. Cautious speculation allows for the possibility that Lamayuru preserves the outline of a much older human response to a changing landscape, one in which rising and falling waters, unstable ground, and shifting routes required elevated refuges that could endure across generations, and that the monastery represents not the beginning of this relationship, but its continuation under a new cultural framework. In this view, Lamayuru is less a monument imposed upon an empty hill than a visible layer in a long process of adaptation, its spiritual identity overlaying a foundation shaped by observation, survival, and an intimate understanding of geological time. And as the wind scours the pale ridges below, revealing once more the sediments of an ancient lake, the monastery remains fixed above them, quietly suggesting that the most enduring structures in the Himalaya may owe their longevity not to belief alone, but to choices made long before those beliefs were given names. Mustang Sky Caves. Northward from Lamayuru, beyond the passes where Ladakh gives way to the trans-Himalayan plateau of Nepal, the landscape of Upper Mustang opens into a wind-carved corridor of red and ochre cliffs, their faces punctured by thousands of man-made cavities that appear at first glance like the work of swallows, yet on closer inspection resolve into an immense and coordinated human intervention known today as the Mustang Sky Caves, a system so extensive and vertically ambitious that its full scale only becomes apparent when viewed across entire canyon walls stretching for kilometers. These caves, some dating securely to at least the first millennium BCE and others remaining undated due to their inaccessibility, occupy sheer cliffs rising hundreds of feet above the valley floor, positions that would have required not only advanced climbing techniques but a compelling reason to live so far beyond the reach of ordinary movement. And while later use as burial chambers, meditation cells, and storage spaces is well documented, the earliest phase of occupation remains unresolved, embedded in the rock itself rather than in portable artifacts. The caves are not randomly distributed, but arranged in horizontal bands that correspond to distinct geological layers, suggesting that their creators possessed an intimate understanding of the cliff's structural integrity, carving entrances into strata resistant enough to support hollowing without collapse, while avoiding softer sediment that would erode quickly. A practical geological literacy unlikely to emerge suddenly or without long-term observation. Within some caves, remnants of wooden beams, hearths, and partition walls indicate sustained habitation rather than temporary refuge. Yet their elevation offers no advantage for agriculture or trade, and their extreme isolation would have complicated daily life, implying that conditions in the valley below were, at certain times, less stable or less hospitable than the cliffs themselves. Paleoclimatic studies of the region indicate significant fluctuations in precipitation and river behaviour during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene, with periods of intensified meltwater capable of rapidly reshaping canyon floors. And while no single flood event can be definitively tied to the cave's construction, the logic of elevation as a response to environmental volatility remains consistent with both the physical evidence and regional oral traditions that speak of ancestral peoples retreating upward during times of upheaval. Contradictions arise in the cave's later reuse, as Buddhist murals, inscriptions, and ritual objects appear alongside much older, undecorated chambers, blurring the line between original purpose and subsequent reinterpretation. Yet this layering suggests continuity rather than abandonment, with later cultures inheriting a ready-made vertical settlement whose origins were already ancient by the time it entered recorded history. The engineering challenges alone invite quiet reconsideration, for carving thousands of rooms into vertical cliffs would have required coordinated labour, planning, and a social structure capable of sustaining such efforts over generations, all without leaving behind the monumental ground-level architecture typically associated with complex societies, raising the possibility that these communities prioritised concealment, safety, or elevation over visibility and permanence. Some caves contain narrow tunnels linking multiple chambers, forming internal networks invisible from the outside, a feature difficult to explain solely through religious or funerary use, but well suited to long-term habitation under conditions where movement along the valley floor was risky or undesirable. Historical accounts from Mustang emphasize its role as a corridor between Tibet and South Asia, yet the caves predate much of this trade, suggesting that their initial construction responded to local conditions rather than regional commerce. Speculation remains measured, but when considered alongside similar cliff-based refuge systems across Central Asia, the Mustang Sky Caves appear less anomalous and more part of a broader human strategy for enduring uncertain landscapes, one that favoured verticality and stone over mobility and exposure. Their eventual abandonment as permanent dwellings may reflect environmental stabilization rather than cultural decline, as safer valley floors allowed communities to descend and build more conventional settlements, leaving the caves to be repurposed as ritual spaces and storerooms. Today, as wind moves through empty entrances and erodes the cliff faces grain by grain, the caves stand as a suspended archive of adaptation, their true beginnings obscured by height and time, and they continue to pose a restrained but persistent question, not of who carved them, but of what conditions once made life above the canyon not only possible but necessary. Guge Kingdom ruins. Beyond the corridors of Upper Mustang, where the land flattens into the high plateau of western Tibet, the ruins of the Guge Kingdom occupy a ridge above the Sutlej River that seems chosen less for grandeur than for endurance. A narrow spine of eroded clay and stone rising sharply from the valley floor, its surface densely packed with the remains of dwellings, temples, tunnels, and fortifications layered atop one another in a manner that suggests prolonged occupation rather than a singular royal vision. Historically, Guge is placed between the 10th and 17th centuries, a regional power known for its role in the revival of Buddhism. Yet the physical complexity of the site exceeds what its documented lifespan alone might reasonably explain, for the ridge itself has been extensively reshaped, terraced, hollowed and reinforced, its interior laced with passageways that cut directly through the bedrock, indicating a long process of modification that may have begun before the emergence of the kingdom that later gave it a name. The ruins are arranged vertically rather than concentrically, with structures stacked upward along the ridge's crest. a strategy that mirrors earlier Himalayan refuge sites more closely than conventional urban planning. And this verticality becomes especially notable when considering the Sutlej below, a river whose course has shifted repeatedly over geological time and whose floodplain bears evidence of episodic high-energy flow, particularly during periods of intensified glacial melt. While Guge's elevation places it safely beyond the reach of ordinary flooding, it also isolates it from arable land and dependable water access, implying that its location was selected with protection and continuity in mind, rather than economic efficiency. Archaeological surveys have revealed earlier construction phases beneath known Guge-era buildings, including walls of rough stone masonry, lacking the decorative elements associated with Tibetan royal architecture. And these lower layers follow the natural contours of the ridge rather than imposing symmetry, suggesting incremental development guided by the shape of the land itself. The extensive tunnel networks beneath the ruins further complicate interpretations, as their narrow dimensions, ventilation shafts, and concealed exits point toward practical concerns of shelter and movement, rather than ceremonial use alone, and their existence implies sustained periods during which surface access may have been limited or unsafe. Climatic reconstructions of the western Tibetan plateau indicate episodes of pronounced aridity punctuated by sudden hydrological events during the late Holocene, conditions capable of destabilizing valley settlements while leaving elevated ridges comparatively secure. And regional oral histories often emphasize the survival of ancestral communities on high ground during times of environmental stress, themes that resonate with the physical realities observed at Guge. Contradictions emerge in the lack of clear transitional records between any hypothetical earlier occupation and the historically attested kingdom. Yet this absence may reflect cultural continuity masked by political change, as later rulers frequently repurposed existing strongholds, absorbing their practical infrastructure into new administrative and religious frameworks, without preserving memory of their origins. The kingdom's eventual collapse, traditionally attributed to invasion and internal conflict, also coincides with broader regional shifts in climate and trade routes, raising the possibility that Guge's long-term viability was tied as much to environmental stability as to political fortune. Speculative interpretation remains restrained, yet the cumulative evidence suggests that the ridge above the Sutlej was valued long before it became a royal capital, perhaps as a place of refuge, storage, or seasonal occupation during periods when the valley below could not be relied upon, and that the Guge Kingdom represents a late and visible chapter in a much longer human engagement with this narrow spine of land. Today, the eroded walls and empty rooms of Guge appear almost organic, as though grown from the ridge itself. And as shadows move across the terraces and tunnels, the site continues to imply that its most important history may not be the one recorded in texts, but the quieter story of why people first chose to live above the river rather than beside it. Gyantse Fortress. Eastward, across the plateau from Guge, where the Sutlej's influence gives way to broader valleys and wind-swept basins, the fortress of Gyantse rises from a solitary hill above the Niang River, its massive stone walls and tiered ramparts presenting one of the most imposing silhouettes in central Tibet. Yet, beneath its well-documented role as a 15th century stronghold, lies a subtler narrative shaped by the hill itself, which appears less a natural prominence than a landform gradually modified to serve human needs, long before cannons or banners defined its purpose. The hill's summit has been flattened and its slopes carved into terraces that follow no strict geometric plan, instead adapting closely to the contours of the underlying bedrock. A pattern consistent with incremental construction over extended periods rather than a single phase of military engineering. And while the visible fortifications correspond to historical records of regional conflict and defence, The foundation stones beneath them are markedly different in character, composed of large, unworked blocks set tightly together without mortar, forming retaining walls that stabilize the hill rather than repel attackers. Gyantse's position offers commanding views of the surrounding valley, yet its elevation far exceeds what is strictly necessary for surveillance or defence, suggesting that visibility may have been secondary to permanence, as the hill stands safely above the Nyang River's floodplain, which geological studies show has experienced episodes of aggradation and sudden channel shifts during periods of heightened glacial melt upstream. Such hydrological volatility would have rendered lower settlements vulnerable, while isolated hills like Gyantse's would have remained comparatively stable, dry, and defensible by default rather than design. Archaeological work around the base of the fortress has identified traces of earlier occupation, including post holes, hearths, and low stone enclosures that predate the known fortress walls, implying that the hill was already a focal point for human activity before its formal militarization. And these early features show no evidence of large-scale agriculture or trade infrastructure, reinforcing the impression that the site's value lay in its elevation and solidity rather than its productivity. The internal layout of the fortress further complicates a purely martial interpretation, as storage rooms, cisterns, and sheltered courtyards are distributed throughout the hill in a manner that prioritizes long-term habitation and resource management over rapid troop movement, characteristics more consistent with refuge architecture than with short-term defense. Historical texts emphasize Gyantse's resilience during later conflicts, yet they offer little insight into why this particular hill was chosen in the first place. A silence that mirrors similar omissions at other Himalayan strongholds and may reflect an inherited understanding of the landscape that required no explanation to those who built upon it. Contradictions arise in the absence of clear records describing any catastrophic event that would necessitate such elevated refuge. Yet climatic reconstructions of the central Tibetan plateau indicate repeated cycles of environmental stress, including colder intervals and irregular precipitation, conditions under which elevated, well-drained sites would have provided continuity even when valley-based life became uncertain. In this context, Gyantse Fortress can be seen not solely as a product of warfare, but as the culmination of a long-standing relationship between people and a hill, proven over time to be reliable, adaptable, and defensible against more than human threats. Later rulers may have amplified its walls and formalized its role, but they did so atop a foundation already shaped by earlier needs and observations, preserving practical decisions within monumental form. Today, as the fortress overlooks a town that thrives comfortably below, its towering presence feels almost excessive, a reminder of conditions no longer immediately apparent, and the hill continues to suggest that its earliest significance may have been rooted not in power or conflict, but in the simple assurance of remaining above whatever uncertainties once moved through the valley beneath it. Ladakh stone citadels. Across the high desert of Ladakh, where valleys widen and narrow unpredictably, between glacial rivers and barren ridges, a series of stone citadels rises from isolated hilltops, their ruins scattered rather than centralized, forming a network of elevated strongholds that appear loosely connected by geography rather than by any single historical narrative. And while many are attributed to medieval kingdoms and local rulers, their shared architectural logic suggests a deeper continuity rooted in the landscape itself. These citadels, often little more than stacked stone walls and collapsed towers today, occupy positions that seem deliberately chosen for stability and visibility rather than comfort, perched on promontories that stand well above river courses, known to shift and surge with seasonal meltwater, a pattern that aligns closely with geological evidence of repeated hydrological volatility across Ladakh during the late Holocene. The masonry of these structures varies in finish, Yet beneath later additions of shaped stone and decorative elements lie foundation courses composed of large, unworked blocks, fitted directly to bedrock, forming platforms that appear less concerned with aesthetics than with anchoring human presence to solid ground. In several sites, including those overlooking the Indus and its tributaries, remnants of earlier walls are partially buried by later construction, their alignments following the contours of the hills rather than imposing symmetry, suggesting that these citadels grew incrementally, adapting to terrain and circumstance rather than emerging fully formed from a single political ambition. Unlike fortified cities, the Ladakh citadels show limited evidence of permanent large populations, with sparse domestic spaces and an emphasis on storage, lookout points and enclosed refuges, features more consistent with episodic occupation during times of stress than with continuous governance. Regional climate records point to periods of intensified glacial melt and irregular precipitation that would have made valley settlements vulnerable to flooding, landslides and sudden resource scarcity. Conditions under which elevated stone refuges could provide security not only from human threats but from environmental unpredictability itself. Oral traditions across Ladakh frequently reference ancestral movements to high ground during times of upheaval. Stories that persist without clear temporal anchors, yet echo the practical realities suggested by the citadel's placement and construction. Contradictions emerge in the difficulty of dating these sites precisely, as stone structures leave few organic remains, and later reuse by medieval polities often obscures earlier phases, blending pragmatic refuge architecture into the historical record of warfare and kingship. Yet the repetition of similar citadel forms across wide distances, often in areas with limited strategic value for trade or conquest, implies that their origins may lie in shared experience rather than coordinated rule, a collective response to a landscape capable of rapid and destabilizing change. Cautious speculation allows that these hilltop sites represent the visible residue of a much older strategy of resilience, one that prioritized elevation, stone, and dispersal over centralized settlement, enabling communities to endure fluctuations in climate and water availability without relying on fragile valley infrastructure. As conditions stabilized and political structures emerged, these refugees were formalized, expanded, and woven into narratives of authority, their original purpose gradually reframed as defense against rivals rather than protection from the land itself. Today, the Ladakh stone citadels stand in quiet isolation, overlooking valleys that now appear calm and navigable. And in their scattered persistence, they suggest that long before borders, dynasties, or written history, the people of this region learned to read the terrain closely, building not monuments to power, but anchors of continuity, designed to outlast the uncertainties that once moved through the mountains below. Before written history, someone carved vast rooms into Georgia's cliffs and raised sanctuaries in places that seem impossibly remote. Who were they? Why these landscapes, these river crossings, these high plateaus, these sheer faces of stone? And how many hidden layers still lie beneath the monuments that stand there now? Every carving, every collapsed wall, every buried foundation leaves a trace of a past still waiting to be understood. Vardzia Cave. In the sun-washed cliffs of southern Georgia, Vardzia emerges as a hollowed horizon of entrances and shadowed chambers, its tiered facade appearing almost accidental against the volcanic tuff, until the eye settles and begins to notice the deliberate rhythm of carved cells, terraces, and ascending corridors that thread the mountainside like the remnants of a forgotten hive. The first impression is one of quiet immensity, a sense that the landscape itself has been persuaded rather than forced into human shape. And as the viewer moves closer, the illusion of irregularity dissolves into the unmistakable order of a medieval monastic world pushed deep into rock. Archaeological surveys trace its largest expansion to the 12th century, a period when the Kingdom of Georgia consolidated its highland defences and monastic landscapes. Yet the earliest cavities hint at more ancient phases of hermitage, their original forms softened by centuries of wind, rainfall and seismic shifting that blur the boundaries of documented history. Inside, a labyrinth of tunnels opens in sudden pockets of light, where collapsed ceilings reveal the sky, and soot-darkened niches suggest long cycles of occupation interrupted by raids, earthquakes, and the slow erosion that continues to shave the cliff face. The echo of water, still guided by narrow engineered channels, reveals a complexity of planning often overshadowed by the monumental exterior. Subterranean cisterns, storage vaults, and interlinked stairways show a settlement designed not only for contemplation but for endurance, its builders exploiting the pliability of the volcanic stone to create a sheltered vertical town concealed within the bluff. Excavated pottery fragments, metalwork, and faint fresco remnants in the surviving church of the Dormition anchor the site to the flourishing cultural landscape of Queen Tamar's reign. Yet even these tangible artifacts raise questions when viewed against the sheer scale of excavation, for the tools and labour required to hollow hundreds of rooms into solid rock imply a community far larger and more organised than surviving records describe. The contradictions accumulate quietly. Access routes that appear older than the monastic complex itself, chambers whose functions remain uncertain, and cuttings that extend beyond mapped areas, as though a deeper, earlier core lies buried behind later expansions. Seismological studies of the region suggest cycles of tectonic disturbance that may have obscured or collapsed entire sections, while geological analyses of the tuff layers indicate that ancient artisans understood the difference between stable strata and brittle seams, selecting precise heights for corridors that later generations merely inherited. Some archaeologists propose that the earliest hermit cells could follow patterns similar to those found across the wider Caucasus, where isolated ascetic dwellings often predate formal monastic institutions by centuries. But definitive timelines remain elusive, obscured by centuries of repair and adaptation. As the mountain cools in late light, the carved galleries seem to withdraw into shadow, hinting at the volumes still sealed behind unexcavated thresholds or lost to natural decay, and the observer is left with the impression of a place only partly understood, a hybrid of spiritual retreat, strategic refuge, and geological artifact shaped by hands that left more stone than story. Vardzia endures as a carved monument, whose full chronology cannot be cleanly separated from the mountain that holds it, its rooms and passageways offering glimpses of intention without granting certainty. And as dusk gathers across the cliff, the vast structure appears less like a completed design and more like an ongoing conversation between human effort and an ever-shifting landscape, its earliest origins still resting somewhere beyond the reach of written history. Uplistsikhe, rock-cut city. Carved into a windswept promontory above the Mtkvari River, Uplistsikhe reveals itself gradually, beginning as a scatter of weather-rounded cavities, before resolving into a sprawling rock-cut settlement, whose contours seem to hover between natural erosion and deliberate design, inviting the quiet recognition that its earliest phases may reach so far back into prehistory that even the categories used to describe it feel insufficient. Approached from the river plain, the city rises in soft, rippling terraces, each scored with entrances smoothed by centuries of sun and winter frost. And as steps and walkways begin to emerge from the lichen-dusted tuff, the settlement assumes the aspect of an open-air labyrinth, where temples, halls and utilitarian chambers are arranged across a surface shaped as much by uplifted geology as by human intention. Archaeological excavations identify layers of occupation stretching from the early Iron Age through the High Medieval period. Yet the deeper one looks, the more ambiguous the boundaries become. Shrines whose earliest forms may carry echoes of Bronze Age ritual landscapes, storage pits cut into bedrock that lack secure dating, and drainage channels whose simplicity complicates attempts to assign them to any single cultural horizon. The so-called Street of the Prince, a sloping central artery carved directly into stone, threads past ceremonial platforms and vaulted halls whose ceilings still display the distinctive ripple patterns left by ancient chisels, the marks preserved like signatures of vanished craftsmen. Nearby, open courtyards suggest communal gatherings, while adjacent chambers narrow into passageways where sunlight rarely penetrates, leaving the impression of a place that grew incrementally, one adapted cavity at a time, rather than a single master plan imposed at once. Geological surveys of the outcrop reveal a complex stratification of volcanic deposits that fracture in predictable ways, and it becomes evident that the earliest builders possessed a practical understanding of which layers could bear weight and which could be hollowed without collapse, a craft that would have been learned not from texts but from patient observation over generations. Yet the very durability of this rock-cut environment obscures its chronological seams. Medieval modifications blur into older foundations. Collapsed ceilings mimic natural weathering, and ceremonial niches cluster in patterns that might indicate shifting religious practices, but cannot be assigned with confidence to any specific era. The blend of pagan and later Christian features, such as the 9th to 10th century basilica perched atop the complex, adds another layer of interpretive difficulty, for it suggests a continuity of sacred use even as political landscapes changed around it, with each cultural phase adapting inherited spaces rather than replacing them. Pottery sherds and metal fragments recovered from various terraces help anchor certain periods of activity, but enormous sections remain undated, particularly in the lower eastern districts where erosion has softened architectural lines into ambiguity. Here, semicircular chambers open onto the river like eroded shells, hinting at functions that could range from habitation to storage to ritual without offering decisive clues. Some researchers note parallels between Uplistsikhi's oldest forms and other early Caucasian rock shelters that predate complex urbanization, proposing that the site may have originated as a cluster of seasonal or semi-permanent dwellings, long before it evolved into a centre of regional importance, yet the lack of organic material preserved in such exposed conditions limits precision. Contradictions accumulate slowly, staircases that lead to apparent dead ends until shifting light reveals worn ledges, wine presses cut into stone, whose simplicity makes them difficult to situate chronologically, and water channels that continue to function after millennia, though no surviving records explain how their maintenance was organised. Even the city's defensive aspects, ramparts, lookout points, and controlled access routes raise questions about how much of its fortification belongs to documented history and how much to earlier, unrecorded adaptations to a landscape that has always demanded vigilance. As the afternoon sun travels across the plateau, the recessed chambers brighten and then darken in sequence, exposing the fluidity of their forms, and it becomes clear that Uplistsikhe is less a frozen ruin than an evolving palimpsest in stone, each generation carving, enlarging or abandoning spaces according to needs now only faintly discernible. The site reveals a settlement whose identity cannot be reduced to a single epoch. Part sanctuary, part fortress, part urban experiment, shaped repeatedly over more than a millennium, its earliest intentions obscured by the very permanence that preserved it. When dusk settles along the river and the wind rises through the hollowed corridors, the city seems to fold back into the landscape, leaving behind the impression of an ancient centre that exists on the threshold between memory and geology. Its origins grounded in evidence, yet still receding just beyond the reach of recorded history. Davit Gereja Cave Complex. Southward along Georgia's semi-arid frontier, where rolling steppe meets broken ridges of sedimentary rock, The David Gareja cave complex emerges as a constellation of monasteries dispersed across a weathered landscape, its honeycomb of chambers stretched along cliff faces that catch the shifting light in muted tones of gold and ash. At first sight, the setting appears austere, almost emptied of human presence, with low shrubs trembling in the wind and long slopes carved by centuries of runoff. Yet from within this sparseness, the entrances to Lavra, Udabno, Dodo's Arka, and other monastic clusters reveal deliberate shaping of the earth, each cavity enlarged from natural hollows or cut entirely by hand to form chapels, refectories, sleeping quarters, and meditative cells whose quiet perseveres despite the centuries that have passed. Archaeological and historical studies trace the foundation of the complex to the 6th century, when ascetic traditions spread across the Caucasus. But the terrain's deeper human footprint is more elusive. Scattered tools, faint hearth traces, and eroded paths suggest earlier pastoral or hermitic activity, their timelines blurred by erosion and the difficulty of preserving organic material in such exposed highlands. Inside the caves, fragments of frescoes, some vibrant, others ghosted to near invisibility, testify to cycles of artistic flourish, theological debate, and cultural exchange that once animated these remote halls. Pigments layered atop older compositions hint at periods of renewal and reoccupation, while unfinished scenes suggest interruptions caused by shifting political conditions or incursions that left parts of the complex abandoned. Geological surveys reveal that the soft sandstone and siltstone of the region split along predictable bedding plains, explaining both the ease with which ancient monks carved their chambers and the vulnerability that has led to collapses, slumping ceilings, and the gradual fading of architectural details. Such conditions complicate efforts to reconstruct earlier phases, for the rock itself erases traces with each season's freeze-thaw cycle. Among the more puzzling features are sharply angled drainage channels that thread between clusters of cells, their precision suggesting coordinated planning across different monastic groups, though the absence of detailed records leaves open whether these systems were devised in a single organised effort or accumulated through generations of practical improvisation. Likewise, some chambers contain niches whose purposes remain contested, possibly storage, possibly devotional, while others open onto ledges that overlook the steppe, vantage points that may have served as lookouts, or simply places of contemplation. Contradictions emerge in the interweaving of ascetic isolation with signs of communal infrastructure. Wine presses carved into bedrock, water cisterns engineered to collect scarce rainfall, and paths worn deep by repeated passage, all of which point to sustained habitation, even as the remote location suggests a retreat from worldly concerns. Historical accounts detail episodes of destruction, most notably during invasions in the 13th and 17th centuries, yet the material evidence shows not only loss, but adaptation, with later occupants reshaping chambers, adding annexes, or sealing entrances to create more defensible positions. In some sectors, blackened ceilings bear witness to prolonged use of open flames, while the minimal soot in others implies different functions or shorter cycles of occupation. Such variations hint at an internal hierarchy or diversification of roles within the monastic communities, though the specifics remain uncertain. As sunlight fades across the ridge and the wind settles into the carved recesses, the complex appears to oscillate between exposure and concealment, its open facades facing the steppe, while its inner passages retreat into shadow. Standing before these worn but enduring structures, one senses a layered history anchored by monastic tradition, yet textured by older, less documented activity, a sequence of adaptations shaped as much by the land as by the beliefs of those who sought solitude here. The David Gareja complex thus remains a landscape of devotion and endurance, where evidence and absence coexist in equal measure, and where the earliest human choices, half preserved, half erased by time, continue to leave quiet traces along the cliffs, hinting at lives rooted in a past that extends beyond what the written record can fully describe. Katskhi Pillar. Rising abruptly from the forested valley of Imereti, the Katskhi Pillar stands as a solitary limestone monolith whose sheer verticality defies the gentle contours of the surrounding hills, a geological sentinel shaped by ancient erosion long before human hands found a way to ascend its 40-metre height and carve a place of solitude upon its summit. From a distance, the pillar appears almost detached from the landscape, a pale tower worn smooth by rain and seasonal winds that have rounded its edges and accentuated its isolation. Yet, as one draws closer, faint traces of human presence begin to emerge in the form of narrow stairways, rope-scarred access points, and the perched silhouette of a modest hermitage, rebuilt in recent centuries atop foundations whose earliest phases remain only partially understood. Historical references to ascetic life at the pillar surface sparsely in medieval texts, hinting at a tradition of spiritual retreat that may have roots far older than its documented Christian hermitage, though the absence of continuous records leaves wide gaps that archaeologists attempt to bridge through the study of masonry fragments, tool marks on the cliff face, and remnants of earlier structures discovered during careful surveys of the summit and its caves. Geological analysis reveals that the pillar is the remnant of a once larger karst formation, slowly sculpted by dissolution runoff and the collapse of surrounding stone, making its current form a kind of natural tower whose stability is at once impressive and precarious. Fissures and bedding planes track through the limestone, offering clues about how ancient climbers may have navigated its surface long before modern equipment existed. Yet these same features complicate efforts to determine when or how the earliest ascent was achieved. At the base, a small monastic compound organizes itself around the shadow of the pillar, and excavated materials, from pottery to iron fittings, suggest cycles of habitation and abandonment corresponding to shifts in regional religious life and periods of conflict. On the summit, the hermitage's stone chapel and living quarters occupy every remotely level patch of rock, their construction using locally sourced limestone blocks that mirror the pillar's own geology. Beneath them, shallow depressions hint at earlier building phases now eroded beyond clear interpretation. Contradictions appear quietly in the archaeological record. The summit's limited workable surface suggests only intermittent occupation, yet the carefully engineered cistern and drainage channels imply long-term habitation. The preserved wooden beams of the more recent structures indicate practical monastic craftsmanship, yet weathered tool marks on deeper stone recesses suggest earlier interventions whose chronology is difficult to place. Some scholars have noted parallels between Katskhi and certain ancient Caucasian traditions of high-place devotion, though such comparisons remain cautious, grounded more in geographic pattern than in direct evidence. Still, the notion that the pillar attracted ritual or symbolic significance before medieval hermits scaled it lingers as a possibility shaped by the region's broader cultural landscape. The question of how early ascetics reached the summit persists, not through speculation but through examination of the rock's surface, where isolated foothold cuttings appear in positions that suggest deliberate modification, yet do not align with later access routes, leaving open whether these marks represent genuine ancient paths or natural fractures misinterpreted by hopeful eyes. In the late afternoon, when shadows lengthen across the valley and the pillar's upper chapel glows against the fading sky, the monolith takes on an almost architectural stillness, though its form remains wholly geological. The hermitage becomes a thin layer of human presence clinging to a much older foundation of stone shaped across millennia. Katskhi Pillar thus occupies a place where natural history and spiritual intention converge without fully revealing the sequence of events that bound them together, a site where evidence of devotion rests on a base whose earliest human story remains fragmentary. As evening quiets the valley and the pillar stands alone against deepening blue, the combination of enduring stone and sparse historical clues leaves an impression not of mystery invented, but of history partially obscured by time, inviting reflection on how a single vertical remnant of an ancient landscape came to hold such concentrated significance long before its story was fully written. Gelati Monastery. Set on a gentle slope above the Skaltsitala River, Gelati Monastery emerges not as a fortress or carved refuge, but as a deliberate architectural composition placed within a landscape chosen for clarity of light and the quiet reach of the surrounding hills, its stone facades reflecting a vision of learning and devotion that took shape under the patronage of King David IV in the early 12th century. At first glance, the complex seems firmly anchored in recorded medieval history, its main church rising with balanced proportions and arches that reveal a confident understanding of structure and harmony. Yet the wider precinct carries subtler traces of earlier occupation: scattered pottery fragments, worked stones reused in later walls, and terraces whose origins may precede the monastery itself, though erosion and reconstruction have long since blurred their chronology. As the structures come into view, the Church of the Virgin, the academical annex, the bell tower, their arrangement feels intentional, aligned with slight shifts in terrain that suggest long familiarity with the site before formal construction began, perhaps as a place of seasonal gathering or small-scale settlement. These possibilities remain tentative, grounded not in speculation but in the material hints revealed by archaeological surface surveys. Inside the main church, the murals create the immediate sense of artistic continuity within medieval Georgia, their pigments still vibrant in patches where moisture has not dimmed them. Layers of imagery revealing both stylistic evolution and careful restoration. Yet even these celebrated frescoes contain quiet ambiguities. Underdrawings, visible through worn sections, hint at earlier compositions, suggesting artistic revisions or reapplications over time, while gaps in the painted programs raise questions about whether certain panels were unfinished or lost to structural repairs now untraceable. The Academy, once a centre of theological and philosophical study, stands adjacent in partial ruin, its arches open to shifting sunlight. Its surviving walls show marks of different building phases, from finely cut ashlars to more hastily set stones, implying cycles of expansion and contraction as the intellectual life of the monastery waxed and waned. Geological studies of the region identify the local limestone and sandstone used in construction as materials quarried from nearby ridges, and the precision with which certain blocks are fitted suggests skilled masons working within established traditions, though occasional inconsistencies in tooling marks point to different workshops or periods of repair layered into the structure's long life. Water management channels surrounding the monastery, some exposed, others buried, indicate sophisticated planning, their alignment with natural contours revealing an understanding of seasonal flows. Yet the exact extent of the system remains uncertain, as later agricultural work and soil deposition have obscured parts of it. Contradictions emerge subtly in the interpretation of the site's earliest phases. While written records firmly associate Gelati with its 12th century foundation, the presence of reused masonry blocks and localized soil disturbances beneath some of its floors suggests earlier structures or activity, though no definitive pre-monastic complex has been confirmed. The monastery's role as a royal necropolis adds another layer of complexity. For while several burials are securely dated, others remain less clear due to disturbed stratigraphy and centuries of movement within the precinct, leaving open questions about how the site may have functioned in relation to earlier regional burial traditions. Even the renowned bronze door of the main church, long studied for its craftsmanship, presents minor puzzles, subtle variations in patina, and metallurgical composition imply repairs or replacements of certain elements, though the exact chronology of those interventions remains debated. As late afternoon light falls across the cloister and glances off the tiled roofs, the monastery reveals an interplay of preservation and loss, its surviving intellectual heritage hinted at by the fragments of manuscripts once copied here, now dispersed across libraries far from the site. Yet beneath this wealth of historical detail lies a quieter uncertainty, the extent to which the location itself shaped the development of the complex, and whether the monks who settled here inherited a place whose significance had older, less documented roots. When evening settles and the last birds cross the dimming courtyard, Gelati no longer appears simply as a medieval monument, but as a layered landscape, composed of deliberate architectural achievement, resting atop traces of earlier human presence that remain only partially resolved. The monastery endures as a testament to cultural ambition grounded in stone, yet with enough unanswered subtleties, foundation anomalies, reused materials, incomplete murals, to suggest that its story, though richly documented in later centuries, still contains elements that reach quietly beyond the limits of recorded history. Svetitskhoveli Cathedral. Set within the broad valley of Mtsketa, where the Mtkvari and Aragvi rivers converge in a slow, reflective sweep, Svetitskhoveli Cathedral rises from a gently elevated precinct that has drawn communities for millennia, its 11th century walls resting upon a palimpsest of earlier sacred spaces, whose outlines persist in fragments of foundation, worn stones, and archaeological layers that trace human presence back into antiquity. Approached from the old town's narrow streets, the cathedral stands with a calm, deliberate massing, its sandstone blocks catching the shifting colour of the sky. Yet the structure's measured harmony belies the complex sequence of earlier shrines, churches, and ritual landscapes that once occupied the same ground. Excavations beneath and around the present building have revealed remnants of a 4th century basilica, traces of even older Christian enclosures, and pottery fragments that point toward long-established settlement patterns preceding formal religious architecture. The cathedral's current form, completed under the master builder Arsukidse in 1029, presents balanced proportions and a subtle elongation along its east-west axis, but within its walls, structural variations hint at multiple building phases. Uneven joints between certain courses of stone, subtle differences in mortar composition, and slight shifts in the geometry of arches where repairs or reinforcements took place following damage from invasions and earthquakes. The floor itself reveals a layered chronology. Beneath worn slabs lie cavities identified as crypts, foundation trenches, and earlier flooring systems, their edges blurred by centuries of reconfiguration. Archaeological work in the precinct has uncovered stone-lined pits, fragments of tile-roofed drainage channels, and the vestiges of earlier boundary walls whose alignments do not fully match the present plan, suggesting that the sacred orientation of the site evolved over time, adjusting to new liturgical needs or responding to shifting political realities. Inside the cathedral, frescoes appear and disappear in alternating zones of preservation and loss. Surviving images glow with restrained colour, where humidity has been controlled while large sections remain bare, the plaster smoothed by later interventions or weathering caused by fluctuations in temperature and groundwater. Beneath certain layers, conservators have identified faint traces of older pigments, their outlines scarcely legible but offering quiet testimony to sequences of repainting or replacement that accompanied doctrinal and artistic changes across centuries. Such palimpsests complicate attempts to reconstruct the cathedral's earliest visual programme, for each layer only partially survives, and the gaps between them resist confident interpretation. The celebrated stone carving of Arsukidzi's right hand on the external wall, an emblem whose function remains debated, underscores the selective survival of meaning, leaving historians to weigh possible explanations ranging from a master mason's signature to a symbolic reference embedded in lost context. Geological studies of the sandstone used in construction indicate quarrying from nearby outcrops along the Mtkvari Valley, the blocks exhibiting characteristic bedding patterns that reveal the stone's sedimentary origins. Their weathering over time has created a textural variation across the facade, with earlier blocks showing deeper erosion than those replaced during later restorations. Examination of the cathedral's lower courses shows stones with tooling marks inconsistent with 11th century techniques, suggesting that builders intentionally incorporated material from earlier structures, whether out of practicality or reverence for the site's earlier sacred forms remains uncertain. The surrounding grounds present their own ambiguities. While the present wall and gate system date to later defensive phases, scattered masonry fragments to the north and east suggest the possibility of earlier enclosures whose layout is now obscured by urban development and sediment accumulation. Contradictions arise in the archaeological record, not through dramatic inconsistencies, but through small, persistent uncertainties. Foundation depths that vary unexpectedly, column bases that do not align perfectly with restored superstructures, and soil layers containing mixed materials from disparate centuries due to repeated excavation, repair, and reconstruction across the cathedral's long life. Natural processes have also contributed to this complexity. Periodic flooding from the nearby rivers may have deposited silt layers now intermingled with cultural debris, complicating attempts to draw firm chronological boundaries in the stratigraphy. Within the nave, shafts of light enter through high windows, illuminating carved capitals whose motifs blend regional traditions with broader medieval influences. Some exhibit crisp detail, while others have softened into near abstraction, the erosion hinting at phases of exposure before protective roofing or plastering was applied. The acoustics, shaped by the cathedral's domed interior, carry faint echoes even in silence, a spatial effect shaped not merely by architectural intention, but by centuries of minor adjustments that subtly altered volumes and surfaces. In certain corners, uneven floor heights suggest earlier ground levels, or the settling of underlying soil, and while structural assessments offer explanations rooted in geology and time, they also highlight how deeply intertwined the building has become with its foundation's complex history. As dusk settles over Mtskheta and the rivers darken to mirrored bands of steel and shadow, the cathedral's stonework absorbs the dimming light, its surfaces revealing shallow depressions where countless hands have touched the same points across generations. Standing in this twilight, Svetitskhoveli appears not as a single moment in architecture, but as a layered convergence of the many structures and communities that preceded it, each leaving traces that survive imperfectly yet unmistakably within its present form. The cathedral's documented medieval origins remain secure, yet the deeper foundations, fragments of older walls, hints of extended precincts and artefacts embedded beneath its floors, invite the recognition that the site's sacred significance reaches well beyond the boundaries of written history. And as the last light fades along the river confluence, the building seems to draw its long chronology inward, leaving only the quiet suggestion that even within its carefully studied stones, there remain elements of a past still waiting to be fully understood. Bagrati Cathedral. Set on the crest of Ukimerioni Hill overlooking Kutaisi, Bagrati Cathedral presents itself as a broad, dignified silhouette against the shifting sky, its pale limestone walls rising from a platform that has drawn human settlement since antiquity, a vantage point chosen not only for its strategic height, but for the long, gentle slopes that connect it to older layers of habitation spread across the Rioni River basin. Approached from the ascending path, the cathedral's familiar 11th century form seems to offer clarity. Its cross-domed plan, sculpted arches, and balanced proportions well documented in medieval chronicles. Yet the ground beneath it carries subtler traces of earlier construction, visible in foundation irregularities and clusters of stone fragments embedded in soil that has been disturbed by centuries of rebuilding, conflict, and natural decay. Archaeological studies of the hill reveal occupation layers extending back to prehistoric times, though these deeper phases survive only as scattered ceramics, occasional hearth remnants, and faint structural outlines whose relationship to later architecture cannot be firmly established. Still, their presence forms a quiet substratum beneath the cathedral's foundations, hinting at a landscape shaped long before King Bagrat III initiated the monumental project that defined the site's medieval identity. The surviving structural elements show variations in stone size and tooling that speak to different hands at work during the initial construction, and later damage from invasions in the 17th century and periods of neglect has left the building marked by partial collapses, especially in its dome and upper walls. Modern restoration efforts, undertaken across the past century, have introduced new materials whose clean lines and precise joints contrast with the weathered limestone of the original fabric, creating a layered architectural record in which medieval and contemporary interventions meet visibly rather than blending into a single illusion of continuity. Inside the cathedral, the floor level reveals subtle discrepancies between sections rebuilt from archaeological evidence and those preserved from earlier phases. Some blocks show deep wear consistent with long use, while others remain sharply cut. Their placement guided by structural necessity rather than direct continuity with the lost medieval surfaces. Excavations beneath the nave uncovered foundation trenches, whose irregularities suggest adjustments made during initial construction to accommodate earlier stonework or uneven bedrock, though the lack of complete stratigraphic clarity prevents definitive conclusions about what stood here before the 11th century cathedral. Geological analysis of the limestone blocks identifies multiple quarry sources within the region, some with fine-grained textures, and others displaying coarser sedimentary layering, indicating that material was gathered across different phases or logistical networks. This diversity may reflect changing availability or the prolonged timeline of construction and repair. The cathedral's sculptural details, capitals, reliefs, and decorative bands vary in execution, with certain motifs rendered in crisp, confident lines, while others appear more tentative or weathered, suggesting either the involvement of multiple workshops or later reworking during restorative periods that altered the clarity of the original carvings. In the surrounding grounds, fragments of column bases, broken architectural members, and displaced stone slabs lie partially embedded in grass, remnants of earlier layouts, whose positions shifted over time through collapse, excavation, or reorganization during modern conservation. These dispersed elements complicate efforts to reconstruct the cathedral's earliest internal configuration, as some stones belong to upper sections of the structure that collapsed centuries ago, while others may originate from adjacent buildings now largely lost to time. There are quiet contradictions in the archaeological narrative. Soil layers containing a mix of medieval and early modern materials due to repeated disturbances. Foundation stones whose placement suggests reuse from unknown earlier structures, and pockets of undisturbed stratigraphy that remain too limited to form a complete picture of pre-cathedral activity on the hill. The terrain itself contributes to these uncertainties, as erosion along the plateau's edges has carried away both natural sediment and cultural debris, leaving behind a selective record shaped as much by geology as by human hands. In certain areas, ground-penetrating surveys indicate anomalies beneath the present courtyard, possible traces of earlier walls or terraces, though their outlines are too faint to support decisive interpretation, and scholars remain cautious in distinguishing between collapsed medieval features and older unrelated remnants. Within the cathedral's restored interior, light filtering through high windows reveals the interplay between original stone surfaces and modern reinforcements, the shadows falling differently across each, creating a subtle visual dialogue between past and present. The acoustic qualities of the space, once influenced by the height of the original dome, have changed with restoration, but faint echoes still linger in corners where surviving medieval masonry absorbs sound differently than newer additions. As evening draws across Kutaisi and the cathedral's facade shifts from pale gold to muted grey, the structure stands as both monument and fragment, its present form shaped by a continuous sequence of building, damage, excavation, and reconstruction. The documented medieval history of Bagrati assures its place within Georgia's architectural lineage, yet beneath that certainty lies the quieter presence of deeper, less defined occupation, glimpsed only in scattered artifacts, irregular foundations, and faint traces of earlier human activity woven into the hill itself. The cathedral thus occupies a threshold between what is known and what remains only partially resolved, its commanding position overlooking the valley, reinforcing the sense that its story, though well charted in later centuries, is anchored in a landscape whose earliest chapters persist in understated clues. And as twilight settles over the city below, the structure seems to gather its layered history into silence, leaving open the possibility that further traces, buried, eroded, or overlooked, may one day offer a clearer view of the long habitation that shaped Ukimerionyi Hill, long before the cathedral first rose upon it. Armazi Fortress ruins. Positioned high above the meeting point of the Aragvi and Mtkvari rivers, the Armazi Fortress ruins occupy a steep, commanding ridge where natural defences and human ambition converged across centuries, leaving behind a layered scatter of walls, terraces, gate foundations, and buried cultural horizons that trace the evolution of the site from an ancient political centre to a strategic outpost shaped by successive kingdoms. Approached along the winding ascent from Mtsketa's outskirts, the first surviving structures appear almost incidental, low stone alignments softened by grass and seasonal runoff. Yet, as the ridge narrows, heavier fortification walls emerge, their basalt blocks fitted with a confidence that reflects both the engineering knowledge of early Iberian rulers and the pragmatic adaptation to a landscape defined by cliffs and shifting soil. Archaeological work has revealed that Armazi served as a significant administrative and ceremonial locus during the first centuries BCE and CE, associated with the early monarchs of Kartli. But the evidence surrounding its earliest occupation remains fragmentary. Pottery sherds of varying origins, remnants of hearths, and foundation trenches whose stratigraphy is often disturbed by later construction, seismic activity, and medieval reuse. The so-called Armasian script, preserved in inscriptions found nearby, hints at a sophisticated cultural milieu that extended beyond the fortress walls. Yet the physical record on the ridge itself is marked as much by absence as by survival, with collapsed structures and eroded terraces indicating that entire sectors may have once extended further along the spur. Geological surveys of the ridge show alternating layers of compacted soil and fractured rock, patterns that explain both the fortress's defensibility and the structural challenges faced by its builders. Certain wall segments rest on bedrock with remarkable stability, while others reveal subtle settling that caused ancient masons to adjust their alignments, creating slight angles now visible only in the surviving courses. Architectural fragments, column bases, shaped stones, and the remains of what may have been multi-story towers lie in scattered clusters, their positions altered by landslides or later repurposing, complicating attempts to reconstruct the original layout. Close study of the masonry suggests at least three major building phases: an early period characterized by large, roughly hewn blocks, a classical or early medieval phase using more regular ashlar, and later, repairs marked by smaller stones and mortar mixes containing materials from the surrounding slopes. Yet even within this sequence, contradictions persist. Certain lower walls appear older than pottery found immediately beside them, while some upper structures contain reused stones whose original placement remains unknown. The citadel's interior terraces bear traces of domestic and administrative life, a mix of storage pits, compacted earthen floors, and what may have been small workshops, though their functions are inferred rather than firmly established due to the limited survival of diagnostic artifacts. On the southern edge of the ridge, a partially collapsed gate complex reveals strategic planning through its narrow entry passage and staggered walls, designed to control movement, yet the absence of surviving superstructure leaves uncertain how prominently the gate once marked the fortress's threshold. The broader Armazi Valley, dotted with burial sites, shrines and ancillary settlements, underscores the fortress's role within a larger cultural landscape. But the relationship between the ridgetop stronghold and these surrounding features remains incompletely understood, shaped by uneven preservation and centuries of looting, agriculture and natural erosion. In certain areas, the soil contains mixed deposits, Roman-era ceramics beside medieval metal scraps, reflecting cycles of destruction and rebuilding that blur the boundaries between occupational phases. Even the scale of the fortress is a matter of ongoing interpretation, as modern vegetation masks collapsed perimeters, and remote sensing has identified anomalies, suggesting additional structures now buried beneath layers of colluvium. As evening approaches and the valley below shifts into muted tones of grey and gold, the ridge acquires a quiet stillness, its broken walls casting long shadows that accentuate their irregular heights. In this fading light, the Armazi ruins appear less like the remnants of a single fortified complex, and more like the exposed edges of a much broader historical tapestry, one shaped by political power, shifting regional influences, and the practical constraints of mountain terrain. The known chronology, anchored by early Iberian sources and later historical accounts, is firm enough to place Armazi within Georgia's ancient state formation. Yet the deeper origins, suggested by scattered pre-classical artifacts, reused building stones and ambiguous foundation patterns, remain partially concealed within the ridge's fractured geology. As darkness begins to gather along the river confluence, the fortress seems to withdraw into its elevated perch, offering only glimpses of a past that unfolded across layers now only partly visible, leaving open the quiet possibility that further excavation or natural exposure might one day clarify the earliest chapters of its long and strategically placed existence. Shio-Mgvime Monastery. Tucked deep within the limestone gorge, west of Mtsketa, Shio-Mgvime Monastery reveals itself gradually along a narrowing valley, where the river's subdued murmur and the enclosing cliffs create an atmosphere of seclusion that seems to have shaped human activity here long before the arrival of the 6th century ascetic Shio, whose presence anchors the site's documented beginnings. Approached along a winding path that follows the base of sheer rock walls, the first structures appear modest: subterranean chambers, cave-hewn passages, and the remains of early cells carved directly into the cliff. Yet these openings hint at an older lineage of habitation, defined by quiet adaptation to the gorge's natural shelter. Archaeological investigations have uncovered pottery fragments, fragments of plaster floors, and shallow hearth traces in the upper terraces that suggest occupation predating the formal monastic community, though erosion and continuous rebuilding make the earliest phases difficult to isolate. The monastery's most prominent structure, the domed Church of St. John the Baptist, rises from a sheltered platform where rows of masonry shift subtly in colour and texture, signalling multiple construction phases that trace the site's growth from a compact hermitage into an influential medieval monastic complex. Beneath the church and across the adjacent slopes, natural caves adapted into chapels and burial spaces contain soot-darkened ceilings and wall cuts that reveal prolonged use, though determining whether these earliest occupants were organised ascetics or solitary dwellers remains uncertain. Geological studies of the gorge show layers of limestone that fracture predictably along bedding planes, creating natural cavities that early inhabitants enlarged with simple tools. The combination of natural shelter and workable stone likely contributed to the site's enduring attraction, even as centuries of rockfall and seasonal runoff have altered passageways and obscured traces of earlier configurations. Some caves contain remnants of fresco fragments, thin slivers of pigment embedded in moisture-worn plaster, indicating that certain spaces once held more elaborate devotional programs, now largely irrecoverable, while others retain only the faint outlines of niches, benches, or carved recesses whose functions remain speculative. Contradictions appear subtly in the archaeological record. Certain upper chambers display architectural shaping, consistent with early medieval techniques, yet pottery recovered nearby suggests later activity. Foundational walls beneath monastic buildings reveal alignments that do not correspond neatly with the present plan, implying that earlier structures were incorporated, modified, or abandoned as the monastery expanded. The famous Cave of Shio, with its narrow entrance and descending corridor, contains layers of plaster and stonework that reflect repeated phases of visitation, enhancement, and restoration, yet the stratigraphy is fragmented by centuries of devotional use and natural sediment accumulation, making it difficult to reconstruct its earliest physical form. Above the main complex, terraced paths lead to auxiliary buildings, refectories, small chapels, and living quarters, where variations in masonry reveal episodic construction responding to changes in monastic population, regional stability, and available resources. Some walls incorporate stones clearly reused from earlier phases, their tooling marks mismatched with surrounding blocks. The monastery's water management system, drawn from springs higher in the gorge, includes channels carved into rock and clay-lined conduits whose exact chronology remains uncertain due to periodic rebuilding. Certain segments follow natural contours with remarkable precision, while others show evidence of collapse and improvisation, hinting at an evolving relationship between monastic needs and the harsh hydrology of the gorge. Written histories describe Shio-Mgvime as a significant spiritual and cultural centre during the medieval period, yet material evidence shows interruptions in occupation, with fire-scorched layers and collapsed structures indicating episodes of conflict or retreat. At the same time, some cells contain almost undisturbed sediment layers, suggesting phases of prolonged quiet, while others display signs of rapid turnover, such as mixed ceramics and inconsistent floor levels. Even within the main church, differences in mortar composition and stone coloration across load-bearing arches suggest repairs following seismic events, though the exact sequence of these reinforcements is difficult to match to the limited records. As the afternoon light narrows into the gorge, illuminating certain facades while leaving adjacent chambers in deep shadow, the monastery's layered history becomes more apparent. A combination of natural caverns, human shaping, structural adaptation, and devotional continuity that has persisted despite repeated transformation. The buildings appear almost absorbed into the cliffs, their forms softened by centuries of weathering, and the paths between them feel shaped as much by erosion as by deliberate planning. Shio-Mgvime endures as a place where the documented monastic tradition overlays a terrain whose earlier human use remains partially visible yet unresolved, a quiet record of habitation shaped by both geological constraint and spiritual intent. And as the last light fades across the gorge and the river's sound deepens, the site seems to draw its long chronology inward, leaving only the muted suggestion that beneath its familiar religious history lie earlier chapters traced in faint carvings, reused stones, and hollowed spaces that continue to hint at lives lived here long before the written record begins. Necresi Archaeological Complex. High on a wooded ridge overlooking the Alazani Valley, the Necresi Archaeological Complex unfolds as a constellation of structures that reveal their history in layered, uneven intervals, beginning with the quiet silhouette of its hilltop basilica, and extending outward to terraces where faint stone alignments and scattered artifacts hint at much older patterns of habitation embedded in the slope. Approached from the winding ascent that climbs through forests of hornbeam and oak, the complex initially seems firmly grounded in early Christian history, its preserved 4th to 6th century churches, monastic buildings, and defensive towers forming a recognisable ensemble. Yet as the ground levels shift and the path narrows toward the summit, the terrain presents subtler traces of pre-Christian activity. Pottery fragments worn smooth by centuries of erosion, remnants of fired clay floors, and shallow depressions that may once have anchored structures whose forms are now nearly lost to time. Archaeological work in the area has revealed that the hill served as a focal point in antiquity, perhaps connected to regional settlement networks that stretched across the fertile valley below, though the evidence is diffuse, scattered by seasonal runoff and forest growth that obscure the contours of earlier occupation. Within the preserved monastic precinct, the basilica's masonry shows differing construction phases. Large, roughly dressed stones at the base, giving way to more precise ashlar blocks above, suggesting that builders worked with materials available from earlier structures or local quarries, adapting older foundations rather than imposing an entirely new plan upon untouched terrain. Nearby, the small domed church displays mortar textures and stone coloration that differ from its neighbours, marking it as part of a later phase of growth when the monastic community expanded and adapted to evolving liturgical needs. Yet beneath its floor, excavations uncovered mixed layers of charcoal, ceramics and soil deposits whose chronology does not align neatly with either the earliest or latest building periods, indicating that the area served multiple and perhaps shifting functions over time. The tower, rising slightly apart from the main cluster, bears tool marks inconsistent with the basilica's, its stones showing patterns of reuse that raise questions about whether its earliest form predates the monastic establishment or was rebuilt from remnants of an earlier watchpoint on the ridge. Geological studies of the hillside reveal alternating bands of compacted clay and fractured limestone, a combination that provided both opportunities and constraints for ancient builders. Certain terraces hold firm due to underlying stone, while others have slipped subtly over centuries, tilting walls and causing irregularities in alignment now visible in the surviving structures. Some of the most intriguing features lie beyond the main buildings, where partially buried walls and terraces emerge from the forest undergrowth. Their placement suggests an organised layout, yet their construction techniques vary widely, from rough fieldstone to more deliberate masonry, complicating efforts to assign them to a single cultural horizon. Ceramic fragments recovered from these outlying areas span several centuries, their stylistic differences indicating repeated use of the ridge for habitation, agriculture, or ritual activity, though the specific nature of that use remains uncertain due to the fragmentary nature of the finds. Within the main basilica, plaster remnants on the interior walls show layers of repainting, some scarcely visible beneath later coatings. In certain sections, conservators have identified underdrawings unrelated to surviving fresco fragments, pointing to artistic programs that were altered, abandoned, or lost as the monastic community responded to shifting theological or political circumstances. Stone-lined channels near the complex suggest water management efforts, though their partial collapse and uneven preservation make it unclear whether they belonged to the monastic period or earlier occupations that relied on seasonal springs higher on the slope. Contradictions appear quietly throughout the site. Foundation stones that do not match the alignment of the structures above them. Soil layers containing mixed materials from different centuries due to repeated building, abandonment, and vegetation growth. And walls whose construction methods reflect transitions between distinct architectural traditions, blurring the distinction between continuity and reuse. In some caves near the ridge, faint traces of soot and carved recesses hint at hermitic dwellings or small-scale shelters predating the formal monastery, though the absence of diagnostic artifacts prevents confident categorization. The broader hillside, shaped by centuries of terracing and natural erosion, complicates attempts to form a singular narrative, for the boundaries between monastic, domestic, and possibly ritual spaces remain fluid in the archaeological record. As the sun lowers over the Alazani Valley and the vineyards below fade into deepening blues, the Nekrisi complex takes on a quieter presence, its clustered churches and scattered ruins appearing both integrated and incomplete. A collection of structures anchored in documented early Christian history, yet framed by earlier, less defined human activity that still lingers in the soil and stone. In this evening stillness, the ridge seems to hold its chronology loosely, offering glimpses of long habitation without revealing the full extent of its earliest chapters, leaving open the possibility that beneath the familiar outlines of its basilicas and towers lie older stories shaped by communities whose traces remain faint but persistent across the slopes above the valley. What if the ground beneath Lebanon hides questions no century has fully answered? Across its valleys lie stones too large to move, yet clearly meant to be. Temples aligned with impossible precision, yet missing the stories that once gave them meaning. Cities built with purpose only to fall silent before their time. Who ordered such ambition? What halted it? And why do these structures still hold secrets, even after thousands of years of excavation? As each site rises from dust and shadow, the mystery deepens, inviting you to look closer, because the closer you get, the stranger the questions become. Baalbek. The vast plateau of Baalbek rises from the northern Beeka Valley, with a kind of measured patience, its stones holding the memory of countless seasons as they catch the soft light that slips over the Lebanon mountains. And from the first approach, the scale of the Temple of Jupiter appears less as an isolated monument than as the lingering presence of generations, intent on shaping permanence out of limestone and time. The great columns, only 6 still standing, casting long shadows across a platform whose foundations descend into far older layers of occupation that blend Roman ambition with earlier cultural expressions of the region. The site unfolds slowly, revealing that the temple was never merely a sanctuary but part of a deliberate architectural choreography. Its massive podium blocks, fitted with a precision that seems more practical than mysterious, yet invites questions about the labour forces, engineering methods, and political motivations behind such an undertaking in a highland town far from Rome's major centres. As the sun moves across the courtyards, the subtle asymmetries and weathered carvings point to long phases of construction, modification and reuse, hinting at the complexities of a place where Hellenistic and local traditions merged, before Roman architects expanded the complex into one of the largest cultic structures in the empire. Archaeologists have traced the route of ancient processions, inferred the ritual sequence from the surviving stairways and altars, and reconstructed how the towering columns once supported an immense entablature adorned with eagles and deities. Yet even with these reconstructions, the question remains why such monumental effort was anchored here rather than in a more politically central location. A curiosity that grows when considering the logistical challenges of transporting and lifting multi-ton stones at high elevation. The surviving reliefs whisper of imperial pageantry, of offerings and civic gatherings, and of the shifting identities of worshippers who adapted the sanctuary through late antiquity, leaving behind inscriptions that speak of devotion and local administration more than of grand myths. Still, the platform's immense size and the precision of its joints offer clues to both Roman engineering confidence and the regional stoneworking traditions that preceded it, creating a layered history in which each period is present, but none entirely explains the totality of the site. Excavations over the last century have identified earlier temples beneath the Roman podium, suggesting that the location carried spiritual significance long before Jupiter's cult rose to prominence. And these findings deepen the sense of continuity rather than reveal any abrupt or enigmatic break in architectural practice. Though the sheer scale of the later construction inevitably provokes questions about workforce organisation, quarrying logistics, and the administrative structures required to sustain such a project. The basalt and limestone fragments scattered around the precinct, the reused stones in medieval fortifications, and the gradual accumulation of sediments all testify to a landscape that has shifted materially and politically across millennia, reminding observers that much of Baalbek's story is reconstructed from partial evidence and careful inference. Yet, for all that scholarship has clarified the building techniques, the imperial context, the religious transformations, a quiet uncertainty remains in the way the surviving columns rise above the plain, suggesting not a lost civilization but a complex conversation across time, in which each generation added to an edifice whose original intentions are now grasped only through the fragments they left behind, leaving the Temple of Jupiter poised between what can be measured with confidence and what can only be sensed in the vastness of its enduring stones. Temple of Eshmun. The Temple of Eshmun settles into the gentle slopes northeast of Sidon, where the Awali River once flowed in broader, more meandering channels, and the site's first impression is one of layered quietness. Terraces rising subtly from the valley floor, as though shaped as much by ritual movement as by architectural intent. Their limestone blocks, softened by centuries of water, earth, and shifting vegetation that have transformed a once flourishing healing sanctuary into a landscape of measured remnants. Approaching the complex reveals a sequence of platforms, stairways, and retaining walls that reflect a long architectural evolution, beginning in the Persian period and continuing through Hellenistic and Roman phases, each era adding structures without erasing what came before, resulting in a cumulative arrangement where altars, courtyards, and processional paths form a dialogue rather than a single unified plan. The healing cult of Eshmun, associated with health and regeneration, is evidenced by the presence of ritual basins, channels, and waterworks that guided the river's flow into constructed pools, and these features ground the sanctuary's purpose in the physical and symbolic use of water, a theme supported by inscriptions and decorative motifs found across the site, though the precise interplay between ritual bathing, votive offering, and symbolic purification remains understood only in broad strokes. Excavations have uncovered elegant votive sculptures, often depicting children or youthful figures, that hint at personal appeals for healing or protection, and their stylistic diversity reflects a sanctuary that remained active across multiple cultural horizons, adapting to changing artistic conventions while preserving core ritual associations that linked Eshmun to broader Phoenician and Mediterranean religious traditions. The monumental stairway, once flanked by colonnades, rises with a quiet dignity from the lower terrace toward what is believed to have been the central temple or shrine. Yet little of this primary structure survives in elevation, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct its form from foundations, column bases, and comparative examples from the region. This scarcity of architectural detail creates a fragmentary picture, one in which each stone offers clues, but no single element yields a complete architectural narrative. The presence of Roman additions, a curved nymphaeum, expanded water basins and decorative reliefs, suggests that the sanctuary continued to function long after its earliest phases, though perhaps with transformed meanings, as local traditions intertwined with imperial architectural preferences, creating a hybrid sacred landscape that defies simple categorization. The engineering behind the water systems is particularly notable. Channels carved into bedrock, brick-lined conduits, and the remains of hydraulic installations show careful planning to both harness and regulate the flow of the nearby river. Yet the exact configuration of the water rituals, whether continuous, seasonal, or event-based, remains a matter of interpretation, constrained by the limited survival of organic materials and written records. The terrace design itself implies a staged experience, perhaps guiding participants upward through increasingly sacred zones, though this interpretation remains cautious, grounded in the architectural rhythm rather than firm textual evidence. Throughout the sanctuary, carved blocks bearing Phoenician inscriptions provide glimpses into its administrative and religious functions, referencing dedications and construction phases that help anchor the site in historical context. Yet these texts are brief and selective, leaving many aspects of the sanctuary's operation unspoken. The surrounding landscape adds another dimension to the site's character. The slope of the valley, the proximity of fertile fields, and the steady presence of the river would have shaped both ritual practice and daily activity. And although modern modifications have altered the terrain, archaeological sediment studies indicate that the ancient environment was wetter and more wooded, with the water table higher than it is today, suggesting that the sanctuary once sat within a greener, more fluid landscape, conducive to healing rites. Structural remains from the late antique and medieval periods show that the site continued to be reused in modest ways, its stones repurposed or reconfigured. And while these later interventions obscure some earlier features, they also highlight the sanctuary's long-term resilience as a recognizable focal point within the region. Fragments of architectural ornament, ionically carved capitals, relief panels, and portions of friezes hint at a decorative program now mostly lost there. Surviving details suggesting an aesthetic blending local traditions with imported motifs, a testament to Sidon's role as a cultural crossroads. The gradual collapse of terraces, especially during seismic episodes documented through geological studies, complicated the stratigraphy, yet these disruptions also preserved certain features beneath protective layers of rubble, allowing modern archaeology to recover elements that might otherwise have eroded away. Despite decades of excavation, the sanctuary's earliest phases remain only partially understood, constrained by limited textual sources and the difficulty of disentangling construction layers that overlap with minimal separation. The result is a site whose broad history is clear, but whose specific practices, architectural sequences, and ritual variations remain more suggestive than definitive. And it is this blend of clarity and incompleteness that gives the Temple of Eshmun its enduring quiet mystery. Not a puzzle born of extraordinary claims, but one shaped by the gaps inherent in a place used and reshaped across centuries, where healing pools once reflected the movement of worshippers, where terraces echoed with footsteps now lost, and where the surviving stones, though grounded firmly in their archaeological context, still leave space for reflection on the rituals and intentions that once animated this riverside sanctuary. Temple of Venus. The Temple of Venus curves gently outward from the southwestern edge of the Baalbek complex, its scalloped plan and graceful proportions forming a quiet counterpoint to the massive rectilinear forms of the larger sanctuaries. And as the visitor approaches, the remnants of its colonnade rise with an almost sculptural delicacy, suggesting an architectural language that once sought to harmonize ritual space with the contours of the surrounding landscape. Unlike the towering grandeur of the Jupiter and Bacchus temples, this smaller sanctuary appears to have been designed with a more intimate scale in mind, its horseshoe shape and subtly radiating walls reflecting a late Roman aesthetic that favoured fluid outlines and ornamental finesse, while the surviving Corinthian columns, though reduced in number, still carry traces of the carved acanthus leaves that once crowned the structure in a rhythmic sequence of light and shadow. Archaeologists have associated the temple with sacred traditions linked to Venus or Astarte, though the evidence remains carefully weighed rather than conclusive, as inscriptions and literary references are sparse, leaving researchers to rely primarily on architectural style and comparative studies across the region. This caution has kept interpretations grounded, recognizing that the site may have served multiple ritual functions across its lifespan. Excavation layers around the sanctuary reveal late antique modifications, including the addition of small Christian structures nearby, indicating that the area remained spiritually active long after the original temple lost its primary purpose. And these later adaptations complicate any attempt to assign the building a singular meaning, instead suggesting a landscape of shifting cultural expressions that reused and reinterpreted older sacred spaces. The temple's distinctive footprint, an almost shell-like sweep of walls, has invited speculation about its symbolic intentions, with some scholars proposing that it may have echoed regional artistic motifs or local cult narratives now largely lost. Yet such hypotheses remain tentative, grounded only in stylistic parallels rather than definitive evidence, and the ambiguity lends the structure a subtle historical reserve. The foundations themselves, constructed of smaller, carefully hewn blocks, rather than the colossal masonry seen elsewhere at Baalbek, point to a different engineering approach, one suited to the building's lighter superstructure and possibly reflecting the changing architectural priorities of the late Roman period, when ornamental refinement often replaced monumental scale. Weathering has softened the sharpness of many carvings, but enough detail remains to reveal a decorative program that once included niches, pilasters, and an array of mouldings that would have framed cult statues or offerings, creating a layered visual narrative that complemented the temple's flowing geometry. Yet without the upper portions of the structure, the full composition can only be inferred through surviving fragments and comparative reconstructions. The temple's placement within the wider sacred precinct adds another dimension to its mystery, positioned at a slight remove from the grand axial alignments of the main processional ways, suggesting that its rituals may have been more localized or specialized, though the absence of extensive textual records prevents firm conclusions. Over the centuries, the sanctuary endured periods of neglect, collapse, and reuse, and by the medieval era, much of its silhouette had already faded into the surrounding terrain, with later travellers describing it in partial ruins that nonetheless retained an air of unusual elegance within the broader complex. These accounts, along with archaeological surveys, reveal how shifting perceptions have shaped modern understanding of the site, and how each generation interpreted the remaining stones through the lens of its own historical knowledge. Excavations in the 20th century stabilized much of what survives today, allowing researchers to better document the architectural fragments. Yet the scarcity of datable artifacts, directly tied to the temple's earliest phases, means that its origins still rest on stylistic assessment more than definitive chronology, a reminder of the limits inherent in reconstructing ancient religious landscapes. The sanctuary's curved design, uncommon in the region, continues to prompt careful consideration, whether it reflected an imported architectural trend from other parts of the empire, a local adaptation shaped by cultural exchange, or a functional response to the terrain, is still debated, and the evidence remains open to multiple interpretations without straying into conjecture beyond what the material record can support. In the quiet that gathers around its remaining columns, the Temple of Venus conveys a different dimension of Baalbek's history. Not the colossal ambition of imperial Rome, nor the deep foundations of earlier Levantine traditions, but the subtle transitional moment when artistic experimentation, localized worship, and the shifting rhythms of late antiquity intersected, leaving behind a sanctuary whose fragmentary beauty offers insights without fully yielding its original purpose, allowing the structure to remain a contemplative presence, shaped as much by what survives as by all that has gently disappeared into time. Stone of the Pregnant Woman. The Stone of the Pregnant Woman rests in the quiet expanse of the southern Baalbek quarry, a single immense limestone block still partly attached to the bedrock, its weathered upper surface collecting stray grasses and late afternoon shadows, while its lower edges reveal the crisp, chiselling marks left by ancient masons who never completed its separation, leaving the stone as both artifact and unfinished endeavour within the broader narrative of Roman construction in the region. Measuring more than 20 metres in length, and weighing well over 1,000 tons, the block has long drawn attention not because its scale exceeds known Roman capabilities, but because its intended purpose, transport route, and ultimate abandonment remain only partially articulated through archaeological evidence, creating a subtle dialogue between craftsmanship and circumstance. Surveys of the quarry reveal a systematic approach. Draft margins traced around the stone's perimeter, trenches carefully cut to isolate it from surrounding layers, and channels intended for wedges and levers, all of which align with established Roman quarrying methods seen across the empire, suggesting that the block's size was not an anomaly, but part of a planned sequence of megalithic extraction meant to supply the Baalbek podium. Yet, despite the clarity of these technical details, the reason the stone was never moved remains uncertain, with possibilities ranging from miscalculations about its density or structural flaws to shifts in architectural design that made such a large monolith unnecessary, though each explanation is based on cautious inference rather than definitive evidence. Geological studies indicate that the limestone here forms extensive, high-quality strata capable of yielding exceptionally large blocks, and this natural availability may have encouraged quarry workers to cut monoliths at the upper limit of practicality, testing the boundaries of what the infrastructure, labour force and construction schedule at Baalbek could sustain. In this light, the stone's unfinished state may reflect pragmatic re-evaluation rather than any mysterious failure of technique. The quarry itself preserves traces of other megaliths in various stages of preparation, including stones that were completed and successfully transported to the temple complex, providing a broader context that frames the Stone of the Pregnant Woman not as a singular enigma, but as one episode within a large-scale extraction operation that evolved over decades. Archaeologists studying soil compaction, ramp gradients, and possible sledging routes have reconstructed plausible pathways by which such stones could have been moved toward the sanctuary. And while these reconstructions remain hypothetical, they fit well within the known capabilities of Roman engineering, which regularly relied on coordinated labour, earthen embankments, and wooden sledges reinforced with ropes, rollers, or lubrication to shift massive weights across moderate distances. Still, the sheer magnitude of the stone introduces questions about whether its intended use lay within the visible trilithon level or in an even grander expansion phase that was ultimately abandoned, a consideration supported only by circumstantial relationships between quarry output and podium construction phases, leaving space for debate without inviting speculation beyond the material record. Later centuries layered new meanings onto the monolith's presence, as travellers assigned it names, stories, and interpretations shaped by their own eras, gradually transforming the unfinished stone into a cultural landmark distinct from its practical origins. Yet these later associations, while historically interesting, do not alter the archaeological understanding of its function within Baalbek's industrial landscape. Nearby discoveries, including even larger blocks such as the Stone of the South, reinforce the idea that the quarry operated at a scale far beyond conventional architectural needs, suggesting that Roman planners envisioned an expansion of Baalbek's platform that either shifted direction or exceeded the resources available, though the precise sequence remains fragmentary. The stone's edges retain subtle fractures and inclusions that may have influenced the decision to abandon it, as even minor imperfections could compromise the stability of a block intended for load-bearing placement in the podium. And this technical vulnerability, visible only upon close inspection, underscores the sensitivity required in selecting and shaping monoliths of such size. Over time, erosion softened its contours, soil accumulated along its flanks, and the once active quarry fell silent, leaving the monolith partly embedded in the earth and framed by shifting layers of sediment that preserve the imprint of ancient tools, even as they obscure portions of the original trench. Today, the Stone of the Pregnant Woman stands less as an unsolved mystery than as a reminder of the practical decisions, ambitious planning, and complex labour dynamics that shaped Baalbek's monumental character. Its unfinished state offering a glimpse into a process where intention, geology, and evolving architectural priorities intersected in ways that remain only partially visible, allowing the block to embody a quiet, grounded enigma, one rooted not in the extraordinary, but in the subtle gaps between what was attempted, what was achieved, and what was ultimately set aside in the vast quarry fields of antiquity. Roman Baths of Beirut. The Roman Baths of Beirut rest quietly within the modern city's layered contours, their excavated foundations unfolding between glass facades and rising streets in a way that makes their ancient geometry feel both exposed and sheltered. A network of low walls, paved floors, and restored channels that hint at a once bustling complex where heat, water, and movement were arranged with the deliberate precision typical of Roman civic design. Approaching the site, one first notices the division of the bathhouse into recognizable components, the caldarium, tepidarium, and frigidarium, laid out along a subtle axial flow. Yet the surviving remains do not stand in isolation. Instead, they occupy the footprint of a public facility woven into the urban fabric of Roman Berytus, a city esteemed for its law school, and strategically placed along Mediterranean trade routes, suggesting that the baths served not only hygienic and recreational functions, but also social and administrative ones. Archaeologists have traced the hypocaust system's imprint across the floors, where rows of small brick pillars once lifted the paving stones to allow hot air to circulate from nearby furnaces. And the distribution of flues within the surviving walls shows an engineering logic consistent with other eastern provincial bathhouses, though the exact scale, height, and appearance of the superstructure remain partly conjectural due to the limited elevation of surviving masonry. The complex itself likely underwent several construction phases as the city expanded and recovered from periodic earthquakes, a fact supported by variations in brick size, mortar composition, and subtle differences in floor levels that hint at repairs, enhancements, or partial reconstructions across centuries of use. Inscriptions and literary references to Beirut's civic life paint a picture of a city that valued public spaces deeply. And although none explicitly described this particular bathhouse, the archaeological evidence, its central location near other administrative buildings, suggests it played a role in daily rhythms that blended relaxation, discussion, and the practical routines of urban society. Excavations in the late 20th century revealed layers of destruction consistent with seismic events known from historical sources, their collapsed roof tiles and fragmented masonry providing a chronological anchor that helps align the baths with broader patterns of urban decline and renewal. Yet these layers also obscure earlier phases, making the site a palimpsest where each generation left both traces and absences. The water system, partially exposed, reveals channels likely fed by aqueducts or cisterns situated farther upslope. And the surviving conduits show how carefully temperature gradients were managed, though the exact layout of the upper heating chambers is reconstructed primarily through parallels at sites like Hamat Garda and other regional complexes. The presence of polished stone fragments, bits of mosaic, and imported marble veneers indicates that the baths once held a refined aesthetic, even if only fragments now hint at the decorative program that shaped visitors' experience. And these details suggest a civic investment in public architecture consistent with Beirut's status within the Roman and later Byzantine world. Yet the site also reflects the transitions that followed antiquity, the accumulation of medieval debris, the repurposing of stones into nearby structures, and the gradual burying of the bathhouse beneath the expanding city all speak to changing urban priorities, making the baths both a preserved relic and a recovered absence within the historical landscape. Nearby finds, coins, pottery, and small personal items provide glimpses of daily life around the complex, but stop short of revealing the full experience of those who frequented it, leaving archaeologists to approximate patterns of use through wear marks, drainage gradients, and architectural comparisons, rather than through direct textual documentation. The juxtaposition of different construction materials, sandstone blocks, fired brick, hydraulic plaster, offers insight into the technical choices made across the building's long history, though these materials complicate precise dating, since repairs often reused older stone alongside newer mortar, blurring the boundaries between periods. As the modern city rose above the ruins, the baths lay concealed beneath layers of fill, until systematic excavations uncovered their footprint. And once revealed, their integration into contemporary Beirut created a dialogue between the ancient and the present, emphasizing the site not simply as a relic of Rome, but as part of a continuous urban story shaped by cycles of destruction and reconstruction. The careful restoration of pathways and interpretive features allowed the bathhouse's geometry to be read more clearly. Yet even with this framing, many aspects remain open to interpretation. The precise dimensions of vanished vaults, the arrangement of service corridors, and the rhythms of heating cycles must be inferred from surviving walls and analogues rather than directly observed. Geological studies of the surrounding terrain reveal that ancient Beirut's shoreline and water table were different from today, suggesting that the baths once stood closer to a more accessible freshwater network, and within a city grid shaped by environmental conditions, now altered by centuries of urban development. And this environmental shift complicates efforts to reconstruct how water was sourced, heated, and cycled through the complex. Though the bathhouse fits comfortably within the broader tradition of Roman public architecture, its partial survival gives it a distinctive character, one in which absence plays as significant a role as presence. Missing upper stories, vanished pools, and lost ornamentation create interpretive silences that frame but do not overshadow what can be known, allowing the site to remain grounded within archaeological method, while retaining an understated aura of incompleteness. Standing within the exposed foundations, with modern buildings rising around the ancient walls, the Roman baths of Beirut evoke a sense of continuity, shaped not by mystery in the extraordinary sense, but by the gentle uncertainties that accompany any site layered by time. The quiet traces of heating channels, the fragmentary outlines of rooms once warm with steam, and the enduring suggestion of a public space that served generations, whose movements can still be felt in the stones, even if their full stories remain just beyond the reach of the surviving record. Anjar ruins. The ruins of Anjar stretch across the Bikea plain in a measured grid of limestone walls and colonnaded avenues, their orderly layout emerging with a clarity unusual for sites in the region. For this was a planned Umayyad city rather than a settlement that grew organically, its geometric precision offering a rare glimpse into an early 8th century urban vision that was both administrative and commercial in character, yet now softened by centuries of abandonment, wind-blown dust, and the slow encroachment of orchards along its perimeter. Approaching the site, the straight lines of the Cardo and Decumanus intersect at a careful right angle, framing a cityscape influenced by the late antique architectural vocabulary that the Umayyads adapted to their own needs, and the proportions of streets, shops, palaces and residential quarters suggest a landscape designed to manage the movement of goods and people at a strategic crossroads between inland Syria and Mediterranean ports. Excavations have revealed foundations of workshops, storerooms, and domestic spaces arranged with a consistency that speaks to deliberate planning. Yet the city's lifespan appears to have been brief, interrupted by political shifts and possibly by changes in regional trade networks, leaving behind a settlement whose grand intentions outlasted its period of active use. The Great Palace, with its spacious courtyard and arcaded facades, hints at a mixture of ceremonial and administrative functions, its fragments of carved stone and reused Roman elements displaying the transitional artistry of an era when Islamic architectural forms were still coalescing from earlier Mediterranean and Near Eastern traditions. The smaller palace nearby, more compact yet elegantly proportioned, reinforces the sense of a governing presence meant to manage both the movement of caravans and the agricultural productivity of the fertile plain. Water systems uncovered beneath the city reveal channels and cisterns that supplied baths, garden spaces and residential quarters, though the precise arrangement of these hydraulic features remains partially reconstructed due to missing upper structures and later disturbances. Still, their traces indicate that Anjar relied on a carefully managed supply, likely drawn from nearby springs, and distributed through engineered conduits adapted from late antique models. The city's colonnades, though now reduced to skeletal rows of bases and partially preserved shafts, once created shaded corridors along the main streets, aligning markets and public spaces in a pattern reminiscent of older Roman and Byzantine towns. Yet the materials used, lighter limestone, smaller carved blocks, point to local resources and to construction methods adjusted to the needs of an emerging administrative centre rather than an imperial capital. Finds from within shops and domestic structures, ceramics, glass and small metal objects, confirm that the city engaged in trade typical of the early Islamic period. Though these artifacts provide only glimpses of daily life, their distribution suggesting concentrated activity along the main avenues, while peripheral areas may have been more sparsely inhabited or still under development when the city's occupation waned. Historical sources, though limited, associate Anjar with the Umayyad Caliph al-Walid or his successors, and this attribution aligns with both the architectural style and the archaeological dating of the site. Yet the written record remains too sparse to fully explain why the city was founded here, why it followed such an unusually regular plan, or why it was eventually abandoned, leaving scholars to balance reasonable interpretations with an acknowledgement of the gaps that remain. The defensive wall surrounding the settlement, strengthened by towers at intervals, suggests that the city held strategic importance, perhaps as a waypoint along regional routes, or as a guarded administrative hub overseeing the Bikaya's agricultural output, though the evidence does not firmly establish whether it faced specific military threats or simply followed standard urban design conventions of the period. Earthquakes, known to have affected the region, may have contributed to structural instability. Yet archaeological layers indicate more of a gradual cessation of activity than a sudden destructive event, and the absence of significant rebuilding suggests that Anjar's decline was tied more to political and economic changes following the fall of the Umayyads than to any specific catastrophe. Over centuries, parts of the site were quarried for stone, and agricultural activity altered the surrounding terrain. Yet enough architectural fabric survived to allow modern excavations to reconstruct its careful symmetry, revealing not only palatial complexes and workshops, but also a mosque whose foundations, though simple, anchor the city's role as a functioning Islamic settlement. The blend of spolia, older Roman or Byzantine blocks incorporated into the new construction, adds another layer to the site's narrative, illustrating both practical reuse and the transitional aesthetics of an era when builders drew upon available materials while developing evolving artistic expressions. As archaeologists mapped the grid, they noted slight irregularities in alignment and variations in construction techniques that hint at phases of rapid building or shifts in workforce organisation. And these nuances soften the impression of perfect regularity, revealing a city shaped by both careful planning and the realities of execution. The surrounding landscape, framed by the Anti-Lebanon Mountains and the distant view of Mount Hermon, contextualizes the city within a corridor long used for movement and exchange, and sediment studies indicate that the ancient environment was similar to today's, but perhaps more intensively cultivated during the city's occupation, providing resources to support its population. Despite the clarity of its layout, Anjar still carries an understated mystery. Its purpose broadly understood, yet its specific administrative role, its brief florescence, and its quiet decline only partially illuminated by surviving evidence, leaving the city's grid to stand not only as an example of early Islamic urban planning, but also as a reminder of how even well-preserved ruins hold spaces of uncertainty. In walking through its colonnaded streets and open courtyards, one senses both the precision of its design and the silence of its unfinished story. A settlement whose stones describe the framework of a life once intended to thrive here, even as the reasons for its creation and its abandonment remain gently unresolved within the archaeological record. Tyre Al-Bass Archaeological Site. The Tyre Al-Bass archaeological site spreads across a quiet stretch of the ancient city's eastern outskirts, where a broad necropolis, a long Roman road, and the remains of one of the grandest hippodromes in the Levant lie arranged in a landscape shaped by shifting shorelines, sediment drift, and centuries of urban retreat. Their forms weathered, but still coherent enough to evoke the rhythms of a city that once balanced maritime power with inland reach. Entering the precinct, the road reveals itself first. A colonnaded artery paved with large limestone slabs that bear the faint grooves of carts, long vanished. The alignment leading toward monumental gateways that once defined the transition from the living city to its funerary outskirts, and along its edges lie sarcophagi carved in various styles, Roman, late antique and regional, reflecting a long tradition of burial practices adapted over time rather than any single funerary custom. The necropolis extends irregularly to either side, its tombs cut into bedrock or constructed with masonry, some adorned with reliefs or inscriptions that anchor individual stories within the broader civic identity of ancient Tyre, though many remain mute, their occupants unnamed, and their ritual details known only through comparison with better documented sites. Continuing along the road, the hippodrome comes gradually into view, its elongated oval footprint emerging from grass and stone, with a clarity shaped by both endurance and loss. Although only partial seating tiers survive, and much of the superstructure has vanished, enough remains to reconstruct the grand scale of the races once held here, events that likely carried political, communal, and ceremonial significance within a city renowned for its maritime influence and its connections across the Mediterranean. Archaeologists studying the hippodrome's masonry have noted the interplay of large ashlar blocks, reused stones and local construction techniques, suggesting multiple building phases that aligned the structure with Tyre's evolving civic fortunes, while the spina, the central barrier that once guided chariot paths, survives only in faint outlines, its absence inviting careful reconstruction rather than certainty. The adjacent bath complex, though more fragmented, reveals traces of hypocaust channels, pools and service corridors, hinting at a network of public amenities that once complemented the athletic and ceremonial functions of the larger precinct. And these remains underscore the integrated nature of Roman urban planning, even in coastal cities whose identities extended far beyond their inland monuments. Water systems uncovered throughout the site show channels and clay pipes that once directed water from inland sources, a reminder that Tyre's ancient topography differed from the modern shoreline, with shifting coastlines gradually altering both the city's reach and the context in which these structures once operated. Sediment studies indicate that parts of the precinct were more open and less affected by encroaching sands during antiquity, a detail that reshapes modern perceptions of how the hippodrome and road originally related to the surrounding terrain. Yet for all the clarity offered by architectural remains, the overall layout raises subtle questions. The exact sequence of construction, the degree to which the necropolis expanded or contracted over time, and the integration of the hippodrome within the city's ceremonial life remain topics informed by material evidence but not entirely settled, since each phase of use left traces that overlap and occasionally obscure earlier ones. Inscriptions found on sarcophagi provide glimpses of identity, names, professions, dedications. Yet these fragments frame only part of the community, and the absence of extensive textual records from Tyre's civic archives leaves aspects of its social structure and funerary customs only partly illuminated. The Roman road itself, with its alignment leading toward the city's interior, suggests a carefully planned approach meant to organize both everyday traffic and ritual movement. But the degree to which formal processions occurred along this route remains uncertain, inferred primarily from parallels in better documented provincial cities. Over time, earthquakes, coastal shifts, and urban contraction buried large portions of the precinct beneath layers of sand and debris, preserving some elements while eroding others, and the modern excavation process had to disentangle centuries of mixed deposits before the site's contours could be recognized with any clarity. Even with careful study, questions persist about the transitions from Roman to Byzantine and later periods, whether the hippodrome was modified for new uses, whether the necropolis. Boundaries shifted, and how local communities interacted with these monumental spaces after their original functions diminished. The site's present openness, its long views across broken seating tiers, scattered sarcophagi, and the gently curving outline of the stadium, invites a sense of measured continuity rather than abrupt mystery, grounded in the extensive archaeological record, yet still marked by the inevitable silences left by incomplete preservation. In this balance of evidence and absence, the Tyre Al-Bass precinct conveys the quiet complexity of a city that once bridged maritime networks and inland landscapes, its surviving roads, tombs, and arenas, offering insights into a layered civic identity, while leaving enough unspoken to remind the observer that even in well-studied sites, portions of the ancient experience remain just beyond reach, shaped by the interplay of what time preserved and what it allowed to fade. Trilithon stones. The Trilithon stones emerge from the western retaining wall of the Temple of Jupiter's vast platform, with a weight and stillness that appear almost geological rather than architectural. Three immense limestone blocks, set in place so precisely that their joints form faint, unwavering seams, despite each stone measuring over 20 meters in length and weighing several hundred tons. And as the viewer moves along the terrace, the scale gradually resolves, not as an isolated feat of construction, but as part of a much larger and layered foundation system built to stabilize the sanctuary above. Their presence has long drawn quiet curiosity. For while Roman engineering is fully capable of explaining the techniques, levering, ramp systems, coordinated labour, their exceptional size invites questions about why such blocks were selected when smaller, more manageable stones could have achieved the same structural purpose. And it is this tension between straightforward method and unusual choice that gives the trilithon its enduring intrigue. Archaeological surveys show that the stones form only one tier of an even more complex podium, with courses of similarly large blocks beneath and around them, indicating a coherent architectural strategy rather than an isolated anomaly. Yet the decision to incorporate such extraordinary dimensions remains only partially understood, likely influenced by a combination of local quarrying traditions, the availability of high-quality limestone nearby, and the symbolic value of visibly monumental foundations in a sanctuary meant to project imperial authority. The quarry from which these stones were extracted lies just south of the site, linked by a gentle slope that would have facilitated transport, and within it, researchers have identified multiple half-finished megaliths that provide insight into Roman extraction techniques, drafted margins chiselled around their perimeters, trenches used to isolate them from the bedrock, and the earlier stages of shaping that mirror the blocks set into the podium. Yet these evidence-based observations depict an industrious workshop rather than a mysterious manufacturing process. Still, the trilithon's placement raises logistical considerations that remain only partly reconstructed. The coordination of hundreds of labourers, the careful grading of earthen ramps, and the synchronised use of rollers or sledges capable of distributing weight evenly across soil that had to be compacted and maintained throughout the operation, all of which fall well within known Roman capabilities, but nonetheless represent a major undertaking for a highland site far from the empire's most industrialised centres. Some scholars have proposed that earlier local traditions of large stone construction may have influenced Roman choices, pointing to pre-Roman phases at Baalbek and other Levantine sites where sizable blocks appear in foundational contexts, though the evidence for a direct lineage remains cautious, emphasising continuity of stoneworking expertise in the region rather than any abrupt technological divergence. Geological studies show that the limestone used for the trilithon blocks is consistent with nearby quarry strata, which helps explain the decision to use such pieces as single monoliths rather than subdivide them. Working with naturally large, fault-free segments may have been more efficient for the builders despite the transportation difficulty, and this practical reasoning adds nuance to interpretations that focus solely on symbolic or aesthetic motives. The retaining wall around the trilithon exhibits carefully finished faces, drafted margins, and a subtle batter that reinforces stability across the entire platform. And the engineering logic of these details aligns with Roman construction norms, offering a grounded framework for understanding how such massive blocks fit into a much broader structural plan that relied not only on weight, but on calculated geometry and interlocking courses to support the sanctuary above. Even with these technical explanations, the trilithon remains quietly perplexing in its ambition, prompting researchers to consider the administrative priorities that would have justified the additional time, labour, and resources required for such stones. Whether driven by imperial patronage, local prestige, or the desire to create a sanctuary that rivaled other major temples of the Roman East, the decision reflects a confidence in both manpower and engineering that becomes clearer in light of the many large-scale projects undertaken by the empire during the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. Over centuries of seismic activity, the blocks have shifted only minimally, a testament to the stability of their placement and the skill of the builders who set them. Yet these subtle movements have provided useful information for modern geologists studying the region's earthquake history, revealing how ancient masonry mass responds to long-term tectonic forces. Later travellers, Medieval chroniclers and early modern scholars each approach the trilithon with varying degrees of speculation, often interpreting their scale through the lens of the knowledge available in their eras. And while many early accounts introduced imaginative explanations, contemporary archaeology has grounded the discussion in measurable evidence, aligning the stones with known Roman practices while still acknowledging aspects of their purpose that remain open to thoughtful inquiry. Excavations around the retaining wall continue to refine understanding of the construction sequence, revealing that the platform evolved through multiple phases, some earlier than the trilithon level and others added after, creating a palimpsest of engineering decisions shaped by changing architectural plans rather than a single unified blueprint. In the quiet that settles along the western terrace at dusk, the trilithon stones take on a subtle presence that reflects both the clarity and the uncertainty inherent in studying them. On one hand, they stand as clear evidence of Roman engineering capability, traceable to quarries, tools and techniques that are well attested. On the other, their exceptional size, their deliberate inclusion in the platform's most visible retaining wall, and the absence of written records explaining the rationale behind such choices, introduce a gentle ambiguity, leaving the observer with a sense that the true motivation, whether practical, symbolic, or simply a reflection of the ambitions of those who oversaw Baalbek's monumental expansion, remains just beyond reach, preserved in the stone itself, but not fully disclosed by the fragments of history that surround it. Temple of Bacchus. The Temple of Bacchus stands just to the south of its larger counterpart, yet feels unexpectedly intimate as one steps into its long, narrow footprint, the exterior walls rising in a near unbroken cliff of stone, whose deeply carved Corinthian pilasters seem to hold the afternoon light in their flutes. And within this enclosure, the interplay of shadow and relief hints at the careful artistry that Roman builders brought to Baalbek when they expanded the sanctuary into a multi-tiered complex of extraordinary refinement. Although smaller than the Temple of Jupiter, it remains one of the best preserved Roman temples in the world, and its survival allows a rare sense of continuity as the interior unfolds. A broad pronaos leading into a richly ornamented cellar, where vine motifs, mythological scenes, and architectural mouldings converge in an arrangement that conveys both ceremonial grandeur and a measured rhythm of movement. Archaeologists have long debated the temple's exact ritual sequence and the degree to which Bacchus was worshipped locally as a distinct deity or as a syncretic expression blending Roman, Hellenistic, and regional traditions. And the surviving reliefs, festivals, grapes, ceremonial vessels, offer clues that are evocative but not definitive, suggesting that the cult could have been both celebratory and civic, tied as much to communal identity as to mythic narrative. The building techniques visible in the temple's high foundations, drafted margins, and precisely set blocks reflect an engineering approach consistent with Roman practice across the eastern Mediterranean. Yet the surrounding context, its proximity to older layers, the orientation of its platform, the relationship to the courtyards and altars, adds complexities that have led some scholars to propose earlier sacred structures on the same spot, even though the evidence remains fragmentary. The temple's roof, now largely missing, once amplified the spatial drama, filtering light in ways that emphasize the carved capitals and the monumental doorway, decorated with an intricately worked keystone showing an eagle framed by floral ornamentation. And although portions of this entrance have collapsed, the surviving elements still convey the precision and ambition that characterized the complex during its peak in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE. Over the centuries, earthquakes, shifting political powers, and the gradual repurposing of stone shaped the temple's condition. Yet its essential form has remained surprisingly intact, allowing modern researchers to analyze proportions, acoustics, and decorative programs with a clarity rarely available in structures of similar age. Beneath the visible layers, excavations have uncovered traces of late antique adaptation, small changes in floor use, and the insertion of modest installations whose purposes are interpreted cautiously, as they likely reflect the temple's long transformation rather than any single moment of upheaval. Even so, the building's preservation raises quiet questions about why this particular sanctuary endured, while others nearby suffered more extensive loss, prompting considerations that range from local maintenance practices to broader historical circumstances that favoured its continued relevance. In this way, the Temple of Bacchus stands as both an architectural achievement and a subtle historical puzzle, a structure whose remarkably complete state allows much to be known, yet inevitably leaves space for reflection on how ritual, community and landscape once converged within its walls, the intricate carvings and enduring silence, inviting a sense of curiosity that remains grounded in the evidence, while acknowledging all that still lies just beyond certainty. Stone of the South. The Stone of the South lies deeper within the Baalbek quarry, larger still than its more famous neighbour, and resting in a shallow, sloping cut, where its immense length, exceeding 20 metres, reveals the full extent of the ancient ambition that shaped this industrial landscape, its upper surface gently tilting with the terrain, while its lower edges remain sharply defined by the parallel trenches that ancient workers carved with deliberate repetitive strokes. This monolith, estimated to weigh well over 1,000 tons, and perhaps approaching the limits of what could realistically be, moved along the gradual incline toward the temple platform, appears to represent an advanced stage of extraction, in which the block had already been isolated on 3 sides, leaving only a thin bed of limestone beneath it to be removed before the stone could be freed. A process that archaeological analysis suggests was interrupted rather than abandoned at a planned endpoint. Tool marks preserved along the trench walls indicate that Roman quarrymen employed chisels and picks in a rhythmic sequence aimed at freeing the block systematically. And these marks match those found on other successfully transported stones that now sit within the Baalbek podium, reinforcing that the Stone of the South belonged to the same engineering logic, rather than to any exceptional or unknown technique. Geological surveys of the quarry show that the limestone bed here is unusually thick, uniform, and relatively free of major fissures, offering conditions ideal for extracting oversized monoliths. Thus, the stone's extraordinary size likely reflects not an attempt at something unprecedented, but the pragmatic use of available high-quality material shaped to meet evolving architectural plans for the sanctuary's expanding foundations. Yet, the monolith's enormous mass raises practical questions about the precise logistical threshold the builders intended to reach, as the proposed transport path, gradually rising toward the monumental complex, would have required significant earthworks, highly coordinated labour, and constant maintenance of compacted soil roots to support such weight. And while these methods are well attested in Roman engineering, they provide only partial insight into why such a massive block was cut if its movement would be so demanding. Some researchers have suggested that slight irregularities visible on the stone's underside, or small veins within the limestone, may have influenced a later decision to halt the extraction, since even minor imperfections could compromise structural performance if the block were destined for a load-bearing position within the podium. Others point to shifts in construction priorities, noting that the platform underwent multiple phases of expansion and redesign, and the Stone of the South may simply have belonged to a building plan that was modified or scaled back before the block was completed, a scenario consistent with the quarry's evidence of stones left in various states of preparation. The relationship between this monolith and the larger complex becomes clearer when examining the wider quarry floor, where smaller blocks, half-finished stones and extraction trenches form a mosaic of interrupted tasks, suggesting that the site functioned as a dynamic industrial zone responsive to ongoing architectural decisions rather than as the product of a single unified project. Even so, the stone of the south retains a quiet presence that differentiates it from purely utilitarian remains. For its sheer scale, so close to completion yet never moved, captures a moment in which the ambitions of Baalbek's builders brushed the edge of practical feasibility, leaving behind a monolith that simultaneously reflects technical confidence and the prudent reassessment that accompanies large-scale construction. Over centuries, soil accumulation partially buried its lower surfaces, vegetation softened its edges, and the quarry's once active contours blurred into the surrounding landscape, yet the stone's position remained stable, undisturbed by the seismic events that reshaped other parts of the region, allowing its unfinished form to survive with remarkable clarity. Modern excavations have further exposed its dimensions, showing how closely its measurements align with the trilithon level blocks already incorporated into the platform, strengthening the view that the stone's intended role was part of a cohesive structural strategy rather than an isolated or experimental endeavour. Standing beside it, the absence of any explicit ancient record explaining the reasons behind its abandonment creates a gentle space for reflection, not one filled with speculation, but rather with the recognition that construction at this scale involved shifting assessments, rigorous planning, and adaptive decision-making that occasionally left large undertakings incomplete. In this sense, the Stone of the South holds its place within the quarry not as an enigma beyond explanation, but as a testament to the complex interplay of geology, engineering, and architectural change. Its unfinished state, offering a glimpse into the practical realities of ancient craftsmanship and the quiet uncertainties that persist when the material record preserves the outcome but not the motivations of those who shaped it.